كريبتي وين؟ السلام عليكم، معكم الشاركو من فريق كريبتي المغربي، أحد ممثلي الشرق الأوسط في بطولة PMGC.
Hello everyone, I'm Raouf from Nigma Galaxy, originally from Algeria.
بإذن الله جايين هالموسم عشان نحقق المركز الأول في الشرق.
I really admire the Chinese team, Nova Esports.
أتوقع أن تيمات جنوب شرق آسيا والتيمات الصينية تيمات قوية، وإحنا مو تيم ضعيف، وكريبتي قد التحدي بالبطولة.
I think the first team in East League might be a Chinese team, but the finals are guaranteed to no one.
مثل ما قال نجم كريكسي، الليج مو نفس الأول بالفاينل، الفاينل أهم، ومع قوة الفرق الشرقية هدفنا نسيده.
These goals are too conservative. Our main goal is to win the finals and be top one.
الكلام الكثير ما له فايدة. إذا بدكم تثبتوا حالكم اثبتوه على خريطة إيرانجل.
I think our mentality is fine. It might be easy to get ahead of ourselves, and we lost some games in Season 2 as a result, but we will not make those mistakes again. And I think we're mentally stronger than any other team.
العقلية قوية مهمة، لكن قدرة اللاعب الفردية هي تحدد بين الفوز والخسارة.
بما أنه نحكي عن العقليات، عقلية تيمنا كثير قوية، وما راح نخسرها في الفاينل، وما خايفين من الخسارة، وأنا واثق كثير من تيمي أنه راح نسوي شيء في الفاينل.
فإذا عقليتك قوية ما راح يفرق بين الفوز والخسارة، ولا نلعبك طلعك السريع.
Nice.
You need to trust your teammates, but when it comes to teamwork, we can show you how it's done.
داخل الجيم أكيد راح نتصادم مع الفرق الثانية، وأتوقع راح يكون في كر وفر بينه وبين الفرق الآسيوية، ولكن أنا متحمس لتدميرهم مرة ثانية.
تاكتيك شبه الفرق اليابانية والكورية قوي، لكن الشيء اللي يفرق داخل الجيم هو المهارات القتالية، وكريبتكس ما راح يرحم أي فريق.
كريبتي وين؟
Бүх мэрэгчдийн тамирчид нойр нэг ахыг хүсдэг.
Асууны гүрэ ногоорно саати.
Сайн байна уу? Би Монгол улсаас оролцож байгаа Stalwart спортын тамирчин Erangel байна.
Сайн байна уу? Монгол улсыг төлөөлж байгаа Stalwart спортын багийн тоглогч Билүүтэй байна. Тоглолтын нэр Sky.
नमस्कार, मेरो नाम चाहिँ अन्जन राई हो र म DRS गेमिङको प्लेयर हो।
नमस्ते सबैजना, मेरो नाम चाहिँ उगेन छोपेल लामा.
Hello everyone, I'm Sifu from Team Derais guys.
नमस्ते, म चाहिँ डी रेटेड सर, टिमको नाम चाहिँ डेराइज गाइस अनि हामी चाहिँ नेपालबाट.
मेरो विचारमा चाहिँ हाम्रो रिजनबाट स्टालवर्ड स्पोर्ट्सले नै जित्नेछ.
Ер нь бол энэ жил BTR-аа авраг авах. Ягаад гэвэл тэд өнгөрсөн үед авраг авч ирсэн болохоор би чинь багч гэсэн энэ жил хүчтэй өрсөлдөж юу чаддгийг харууллаа.
Yeah, Stalwart is a strong team, but so are East League teams. There won't be any easy or hard groups. Everyone is stronger here, and the competition has never been tougher.
यो टुर्नामेन्टमा चाहिँ जे पनि हुन सक्छ र प्रथम इस्ट लिगको प्रथम हुने टिम यो टुर्नामेन्टमा अन्तिममा जान पनि सक्छ र के та कसैलाई के та हामी डेराइज प्रथम हुन्छौँ कि.
Тоглогч нарт бол итгэлтэй маш их чухал. Манай бүсийн бүх тамирчид багууд бүгдээрээ сайн. Бүх мэрэгчдийн тамирчид нойр нэг ахыг хүсдэг.
Мароккогийн багууд тоглохоор байсан. Тэгээд тэртээ тоглох болохоор цагийн зөрүүнд өглөө байдаг болохоор тэднэрт хэцүү байгаа хаа.
त्यसैले मलाई चाहिँ अरूको लागि एकदमै दुःख लागिरहेछ. केही छैन, सक्दोसम्म चाँडो सकाइदिउँ अनि अरूलाई चाहिँ होलिडेमा पठाइदिउँ है.
धेरै राम्रो भइसक्यो गेम, अब त यसो बिदातिर पनि जानु पर्ला.
Та нарын итгэлтэй байдал бид нар жоохон инээдтэй санагдаад байна.
Асууны гүрэ ногоорно саати.
East бүсэд юусоо сул баг гэж байхгүй. Та нар хүснэгтийг тэргүүлээгүй хэр удаж байгаа вэ? Бид нар та нарын хэлсэн үгийг харамсуулахын тулд бид нар та нараар кино хийх болно.
हाम्रो लागि चिन्ताको विषय भनेको नि चाइनिज टिम मात्र हो.
Бид нэр зүүн өмнөд Азийн багуудтай тоглохыг маш их хүсэж байна.
सो SPMGC मा चाहिँ हामीलाई चाइनिज टिमदेखि चाहिँ उनीहरुसँग भिन्न एकदम इच्छुक छौं हामी. सो SPMGC मा चाहिँ उनीहरुलाई हामी हराउने एकदम कोसिस गर्नेछौं.
Тал нутгийн аваргуудын хүчийг удахгүй мэдрүүлнэ та нарт.
र म चाहिँ र हाम्रो टिम चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दाखेरि सबै टिमलाई हामी चाहिँ कोहीसँग डराउँदैनौं र हामी आउँदैछौं सबैजनालाई एलिमिनेट गर्न.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
RC, they've lost a man, made that 2, now a 2v2, and somehow TJB, they're answering back. And bear in mind, never mind, RC are gonna get wiped out in a blink of an eye. How did that even happen? TJB, that was a 2 versus 4 Imperium, a 2v4, and they still somehow clutch it out.
I mean, Jason was talking about it when we were watching this game about how this is somewhat similar to what they were doing in PMGC for last season, and yeah, I would have to agree. It's just they feel so confident in this type of lobby that they're making it through. I think that I'm going to quote Suk, and I'm pretty sure he did say this at one point in the past tournament, where he said qualifying in the Chinese region to PMGC is complicated. PMGC itself is easy, and when you see Nova go for plays like this, like it really shows that is their mentality coming into this tournament. They're feeling super confident coming into this.
And right now they're sitting on 12 and what should be 14 kills and a chicken dinner unless Mela does something truly ludicrous. Divine going for the res duello, keeping Mela at bay, out in the open, gets caught out, and Team Reject, they get their chicken dinner.
Oh my god, Reject! Another team that's going to stand out, and I'll leave it open to you two to actually talk about whichever wants to take it. Reject, Japan. We talked about Bluebees, we talked about how they did last year, and we knew this year they had much better infrastructure going into PUBG Mobile. So happy, at least for me, to see them end up in 4th place.
Still haven't seen him liquid. Trying to spot him in Divine, he's gonna pounce. That's the first knock. Looking for the second one as well, and Divine's doing everything by his lonesome. Spots the third player too. Needs to be careful because the player right underneath him, and he will be brought down. But backup has arrived as Reject looking to make quick work of BTR, and quick work indeed it will be. That is gonna be the squad wipe, beg your pardon, and goodbye, good night BTR.
They'll have easily punched their ticket into the Super Weekend. Tony K, that was an unfortunate run.
I would say though, I mean, over time, teams I feel like maybe getting some experience, like trying to adapt to the lobby, to acclimate to the lobby, I think is probably the appropriate term. I hope for the likes of, you know, BTR, Dem1, VC Swell, and FaZe Clan, that they're watching very intently across these 3 days of the Super Weekend. The thing is, for them, it's really hard to practice.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Hello everyone and welcome back here. It is the final day of our second Super Weekend as all these teams, these 16 teams, try to get every single point possible, especially in particular the teams outside of the top 16. However, they did perform well yesterday and they started to close that gap up against the 16th place team and potentially can rise through and actually be qualified if we did end off the day completely here and didn't have one more Super Weekend. But don't worry, we do. There's another week of play to happen. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined this time by a very moving Claris, I don't, dancing, I don't know, he's happy to be here. And Professor Tarzan. Okay, no, come on guys, no, please.
Sorry.
It's too early for this.
It's getting
Claris,
how
was, you weren't here yesterday. What's your quick little recap of it? What stood out to you?
Well, you know, I mean, it's difficult to be right all the time, Jason, but, you know, I'm here to do that. You know, when I say going into this Super Weekend that FaZe is going to continue that form after getting that win on Erangel, you know what? They do it, and I have it down in writing that I was confident in their ability to do so. Happy to see that back-to-back chicken dinner going that way, even though, you know, the first one, they held down a compound very nicely, and everybody didn't go and crash it, so good for them.
Well, I can confirm you did actually whisper me, you DM'd me while the matches were happy to say, Jason, FaZe Clan are going to get at least one chicken dinner on the day and put up a ton of points. And you were right. You are the Messiah.
Thank you. It's on Twitter as well. There you go.
Yeah, it's confirmed. Tarzan, though, as we're moving into now our third and final day here, again, we are starting to see some teams really start to struggle, but we got to see the likes of Stalwart come back into play here where they struggled in the first week. Enigma Galaxy still, even with a couple of ups and downs yesterday, performed better than they were able to do in the first week. So we are seeing like that resurgence of teams, which we were desperately looking for in the second week.
For sure, like the ability to take huge games, extremely important for these two teams that you mentioned, but it's also for these teams that are playing this as their first Super Weekend. I think it's important to think towards the end of the day, we will match them against those teams who missed the second Super Weekend to know what it's going to look like when we start the next one.
Yeah, and as you can see here with the next one coming up, it's only the top 16 teams at the end of that final Super Weekend, which determines who goes to the league finals. And then from there, it's 6 matches a day across the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. So 3 days. You have 6, 12, 18 matches in total to try to get top 9. Yeah, smooth. Top 9 to make it into our grand finals. And there's a lot of money on the line, $6 million in total throughout this entire event. I want to say, and I'm pretty damn sure when I say this, so I'm going to say it with confidence, the biggest prize pool in mobile history.
I think you're correct. I mean, PUBG Mobile already set those records right back before. So they're stepping it up year after year, which is awesome to see here. And all of these teams gunning for those top prizes. I mean, like there's some real stiff competition when it comes to the East. So down the line, West better watch out, Jason.
Right? Mustache Dave talking about how West is going to dominate East, but let's be real, okay? East, not even a challenge for them. Exactly, Tarzan. Go on.
There's no way. I feel like because of the synergy as well, we're not just talking about the long-standing teams, guys. We're talking about the new kings who went through PMCO online qualifiers to be on the stage, and they're dominating. We're talking about Western teams, you know, still figuring out a way to play with each other. I'm talking about within the team, right? So it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Mustache Dave is going to be the East.
Oh, man. Well, hopefully he sees this and Hopefully he doesn't cry too hard and go crazy, maybe shave off his mustache, because then he would just be Dave, and no one wants just a Dave on the show. But here's our 16 teams participating here. You got the likes of Bigatron playing the very first Super Weekend, FaZe Clan, Damwon as well. But just to remind you guys at home, you know who you're not seeing? Nova. And what's so weird about that, Claris, because you brought this up, is that Paraboy did so well individually in terms of damage, in terms of eliminations, and yet they finished with only like 37 points, but he was rivaling people who had over 150 points with the Infinity. Insane stuff.
Yeah, definitely so. STE as well, a team that always puts up big damage. They've continued to do so here in the Super Weekend, but you're right. Paraboy was just absolutely a paragon of damage up towards the top. And fully enough here, so far in the Super Weekend, another name that I wasn't quite expecting to be #1 on damage here throughout the Super Weekend, despite performances, is #1. And currently, it's Zuxi of all people here when it comes to it. So, I mean, they're not quite as high in the tables as you might think here, but Zuxi has been pumping damage out, and I'm happy to see Bigatron Red Aliens kind of back on that path that we want to see them on, I think, Jason.
Yeah, and the thing is, for me, it's I feel like I've had my heart broken by them so many times in the past. Tarzan, we always want to see Bigatron do well. We always have such high hopes for Bigatron. But I feel like every time I build myself up, we see a good match happen, like, oh, they're back, it's Bigatron. Then they seem to just let me down again. I don't know, it's a hate-love relationship with them sometimes, and I don't want to be hurt again. You know, I can't handle this. My psychologist, I don't think I can pay him enough money to handle this.
Now, here's the thing. I think they got you, right? If they just play like they did, like the past 2 days, if that match average will bring them to be tied with Nova Esports, and we know that's a very good place to be. I think that is where the bar needs to be for some of these teams who are chasing. We're talking about FaZe Clan, Damwon Kia as well. But that brings me to talk about maybe a team like Cryptics, who have played both Super Weekends but are at the bottom amongst those teams.
Yeah, you know, we obviously could easily dive into that and obviously talk about, I think it's Xset over in West who hasn't qualified for a single Super Weekend, as we're seeing BC Swell here. Realistically, it is very damn difficult for them to make top 16 if they do qualify into the next Super Weekend. And obviously there is a chance, but the points per match they're going to have to get is just ridiculous. But really quickly, we have our head-to-head here of, I think, 2 of our best performing players, or relatively best performing players, with Tony K and Pico once again coming through.
Yeah, in terms of what the damage that they've done overall here, Tony K, second place on overall damage here so far for the Super Weekend. PK, number 5, with, you know, Daybot in there, Ponzai, and Zuxi up towards the top. But to be honest, when you look at these two, I think Tony K has been a massive stand-up here for FaZe. He is definitely back on form to what people kind of usually consider here for Tony K. 96 points across this, the 2 back-to-backs that they got. Tony K was instrumental in being able to make those happen.
And what's so impressive about like Tony K and the rest of the players out of FaZe Clan is they haven't played at this level before, right, Tarzan? They've not played in a PMGC international LAN of kind of this caliber. And yet, under like the guidance, let's say, of Corpai and of Beer 11, they've been able to finally like unleash themselves and figure out what they did wrong in that first week and bounce back hard.
So important. I mean, the experience of players sometimes need to be transferred to the rest of the roster. We've seen sometimes, especially on the West, I'm sorry, I'm going to just go straight in with this. We see a lot of big names. We see a lot of good players, but sometimes those experiences stay with themselves. It's almost like an ego thing, right? But right here in the East, we feel like it's about fostering, creating that culture that can cultivate even more talents. And it seems like FaZe Clan might be hitting the sweet spot for that. We need to see more because this is the first Super Weekend. We will look out for those points per game and see what they do with the roster changes as well.
And I think that's what's so great about PUBG Mobile. The fact that every year we're seeing new teams, new players. We're not seeing like the old guard consistently be around, you know, year after year after year like we see in some other esports. And that just shows there's so much talent yet to rise up through the ranks. And obviously, if you guys are watching at home, make sure you're participating in your PMCOs and any qualifier you possibly can to move on into this competitive ecosystem. Potentially, you know, maybe we'll be talking about you in a PMPL or a PMGC next year. And as you can see, our matches for today, we have 3 Erangels, 1 Miramar, and 1 Sanhok before we head back into league play, where I believe and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right here. It's just Miramar and Erangel once again. So Rejects sitting there like, oh yeah, easy qualification, boys.
Yeah, maybe. For Rejects, it's not been the easiest Super Weekend though, right? I mean, they started off with a podium finish, but from there on, it has been a little bit rocky here and there. I'm expecting maybe a bit more of a bump up here from Rejects today. I think they will have taken away the last 2 days worth of games and thought, okay, where are our rotations not working? Where are our splits across a compound not working? And see what they can figure out here.
Yeah, and hopefully they do figure things out. Maybe they need to figure out a new device, potentially. Maybe they broke their last ones for some reason, or they broke down. But I don't know why they'd be playing those anyways, because they should be playing on a One Plus, which is actually our sponsor here at PMGC, with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers. The One Plus 99 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards. And every time I see this phone in front of us in this virtual reality, I just want to reach through my monitor and grab it. But I also don't want to break my monitor, because I think I might if I punch it to try to grab that. But yeah, FaZe Clan, we've seen them step around. Reject, they need to kind of... I feel like they've done the opposite, right? We've had Reject start really well in the first week of League play, winning basically every Miramar, and they've taken a downward trend. I think they have 46 points in total so far in the Super Weekend, where previously at 122. And then FaZe Clan, they're like, we're really bad in the beginning, but then now we're here we are, and they're doing amazing. They have 196 points, actually, 96.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, we thought that their comfort zone was Miramar, and we know that's not going to be the important map in Super Weekends, but they need to take those wins when we're on that map, right? But yesterday, guys, we see these almost low-level mistakes that we suspect was due to like some communication and all that stuff. That is going to be like a key issue here. Maybe the enemies are themselves. Like, it seems like they just need to figure out some things internal when it comes to the gameplay, because we did talk about this before, like the whole tournament started. Sometimes we want to elevate your style to thinking about what your enemies are doing, because you're so comfortable with doing it your style within like your own place. But it seems like that is a bit of a struggle for them yesterday.
Yeah, I think the one you're thinking about in particular, it was in Miramar, right? It was the second match of the day, where I think it was Sara like engaged MS Chonburi somehow. He gets like knocked down, then he has to call for teammates to try to pick him back up, and then they get knocked down, and then they had fights later on against Cryptix, if I'm not mistaken. It was a very awkward Miramar, I think we both agree on. But luckily, we're going to be going over to Erangel. We did have a Sanhok finish yesterday, which was fantastic with the way every team was playing out those positions, especially using cars for cover. But I am curious, though, when we get into this one, about predictions, if I can call for those. I believe this time we have a supporting graphic to lock those predictions in, so no one out there, Maxman, could change them at all. So maybe let's bring them up here. Kalaris, who's your prediction here for match one?
I am going to go with a bit of a wild card. I'm not going to go with the norm. I'm not going to go with the consistent. I am going to go with 628 here. I feel like it's about time we saw a chicken dinner coming in from 628. They've got themselves multiple podium finishes, but I know that from watching the Chinese region, they can convert. They can have some ridiculous situations go their way. So let's see it happen.
All right, Tarzan, real quick.
Yep, I'm going to pick a team on the other side when it comes to drop spot. Genesis Dogma, I like the style in the fluidity. This seems to adapt okay, and I quite like it. It can catch other teams off guard.
If that's real quick, I don't know what long is for you. So you have them, I have Infinity, and I think it is time to potentially bring in our commentators here for that first match of the day. Maybe I can change... Oh, they put it in. I was like, maybe I can change it last second for people who aren't noticing it. But it is time to head into our first match. Let's get our commentators in for it. It's going to be John, Allen, and Blake.
Thank you very much, Jason, for that very snappy little intro coming on in. You're right there, Blank. You seem caught in the headlights of this first game. I mean, it is very exciting stuff.
It is very exciting stuff. I've just realised I'm a tall man. I'm sitting up straight for once. I'm ready for that day 3 of the Super Weekend. That requires fully good back posture, and it will need that for all the players in game as well, because they're going to need to set their sights somewhat higher right now, because for some of these teams this might be the last time that they take part in a Super Weekend. So getting as many points as possible, very important on this last day, because you never know what happens in those league plays. They're so short format, just 8 games total that you play, and sometimes you don't even play those last 2 matches, so it's very, very terrifying indeed. So right now, let's get some big points, get some numbers up there, and try and hit that golden mark of 200 to see yourself at least a little bit safe coming into those finals.
It's very likely, as you say, if you pass that 200 mark, that you're going to be qualifying for those finals. We haven't seen anyone do it in one weekend. We've seen a couple of teams start to eke it out in the first two now. I think it's 4 or 5 teams who have managed to, 5 teams total who have managed to jump up over that 200 points total. The Infinity, Genesis Dogma, 4 Rivals, and the Stromborian Stalwart, all having done very well to get there, and they are probably going to be seen in those finals, Blake.
They definitely will be. I mean, I have faith in them. I have a lot of faith in them. And unless something drastic happens, in which case all the points get sucked up, you still will only see one of these teams maybe dropping off the leaderboard. It is going to be very difficult. We get a very, very westerly playing path here, all the way down towards Quarry, Primorsk. Ooh, Kalaris, happy days for you. 6 to 8, you're going to be in a very good spot here, and they might just guard out the Infinity once again.
Yeah, that's disastrous for Jason. If history is anything to go by. But the question is, with such a southwesterly circle, do 6 to 8 go for this bridge camp, or do they prioritize getting position in this zone when they know a lot of these teams are going to be out a lot further east, want to guard out potentially those teams from the top? Is it worth stopping the Infinity in their tracks?
Yes, I'll tell you why, because I think that from history of all these circles that we have seen go towards this side of the map, 6 to 8 have done a very, very good job of holding out the Infinity, purely because they know there's not a lot of teams that play towards their west side, and especially with this playing path, they should be pretty set and safe. So if they can eliminate an extra team down towards this area of the map, which is one of the only other ones that has a lot of power, a lot of potential, even if that means just one elimination, which is what they typically go for, and then they leave, that is fantastic for them, and that's what they'll play for. Reject, on the other hand, they've dropped down towards Ferry Pier, this time no longer on that coastal side around Bigatron's position, so potentially there's a fight between 6 to 8 and Reject that breaks out early. I will add a caveat to this, though. In the games that the Infinity tends to do well on during these circles is these ones where they breach Sosnovka Military Island a little bit, because it gives them more time to play around with. They can sit on the bridge much longer without worried of being bridge camped, because they can just hide behind the terrain around there, the broken vehicles on the bridge, and just bide their time, because they don't have to move immediately on zone 1. And I think that is the main thing for them here. It's where they've won from before. It's where Stalwart had a lot of good ability to play from the eastern island, as well as when they were able to just hang out on that bridge. So there is potential here for the Infinity to circumvent this problem.
I'm just thinking about Reject as well, because more often than not, it's 6 to 8 who come up from Primorsk, and at the moment they are not going all the way down to Primorsk there. They've stalled just a little bit before that. But Reject, in general, they like to move away from this area where they drop around that Ferry Pier split, right? And they like to move northeast. With the circle as it is, I don't see them moving too far away. So potentially 6 to 8 might not even be able to get to this bridge camp.
No, that's the question. I mean, I posed this a little bit earlier, which is the case of, do you want to head down this way with Reject being able to hold this position anyway? I think for Ferry Pier, it is a spot that Reject has dropped before. It's a place that they're pretty comfortable with. And for 6 to 8, they're probably going to loot up here. Maybe our bridge camp is not worth it to them anymore, purely because they see the parachutes coming through from Reject. They see the migration from them as well. I think that for this circle in particular as well, where you get that plane path that comes down from that north side down towards the east, and it's a very, very vertical plane path, there you can understand there's not going to be a lot of people around Quarry. There's not going to be a lot of people around Gatka, and there's a lot of teams that favor that eastern side of the map in this lobby currently, so they can kind of chill it out. They can loot up where they need to, maybe even head down to Primorsk later on, loot up down there as well, and then make their way into the circle. They've got so much time ahead of them.
Someone here going to be moving across the north of Pachinki, just going past the school, going past those hills right now, and going to be going a little bit further towards Gatka Fields at the moment. It looks like they're heading for a compound at the base of Everest in the foothills there, and trying to leverage a spot and guard out potentially some teams to the north. We know that the Cryptics and FaZe will both be looking to move down south in maybe the next 5 minutes to be able to grab a spot. So holding out against them might be a good idea for Damwon.
Yeah, it could be a very, very good idea for them. And I mean, for most teams on that north side towards Georgia Pole, you're most likely going to see Cryptics head down towards Box Compound, just to the west side of Rozhok. You're most likely going to see FaZe move down past Hospital, swing past Everest, and into a position on the field side. That's a very, very likely rotation for those two teams. So for Damwon Gaming, this puts them in very good stead, with a lot of sight lines over towards Ruins as well. What I do like, though, is this rotation from Bigatron. I think there's a fair few times now where we've seen them on the east side of these circles get caught out by a fair few other teams coming in from that eastern side. I think they've begun to understand this. There is so many teams on the east side. Unless they move early with the priority that they're given from dropping in farm, you know, it's going to go badly for them. And they have just had this issue of getting very much caught up in like the glue, which is the massive teams that moves through on that eastern side. This time they're moving very early, and this is a change that I welcome.
It seems to have gone a little bit faster, quicker on the draw. And with teams piling into the west, it looks less and less likely that 6 to 8 are going to go for this bridge camp. The question is, what do the Infinity read into this? You know, how far are they willing to hedge their bets on a potential difficult bridge block as more and more teams get in their way, sure, but don't hold right on that bridge mouth?
Well, I think from just past games, Newsy tends to just fly himself across the bridge. If he dies, he dies. And that tends to be the consensus for that team, and then they go from there. So I think they have this thing where it's a case of, we're going to fly across. If there's a team there, then we know if there isn't a team there, we can get across themselves. We might lose one player in the process, but whatever. But at least they're not allowing teams to slow them down at the very least. So they can make that decision super early on because they're happy to sacrifice a life. I do think that, you know, that does hurt you in the long run. But here, I'm feeling like they're a little bit hesitant to move across. And why wouldn't you be? Where it's become a problem for so long. Do you move across quickly? Bigatron now coming against Reject. Now, I think that both these teams are equally matched, to be honest with you. I think BTR's had a very nice comeback over the last few days. And Reject, on the other hand, they've been slowly storing up power.
The question is, do they know about Lapis? Because he's been very okay, now they're going to know about it. Ryzen takes a lot of damage, but doesn't go down, and now the nades can start to come in through the windows. I mean, for Bigatron, this shouldn't be too much of a problem. Is he going to try and post it through the back there? I think he should be able to slot it in. Nicely in, but not getting the knock. A lot of damage, though, found. And Yuhai is just going to put another one in there. I don't think Lapis is getting out. It's pretty much... Ooh, impossible. I think that went off on the top of the shelves. We can just put one in the front windows as well. Lapis runs out after a heal, and reposition is good, but... Oh, it's red like a book. Look at this. He's on the ball.
Yeah, Yuhai is honestly one of our star players throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile. Really, really crazy player when he was back on Team Secret. Now on Bigatron, he's been having to do a lot of the lion's share's work recently, but a lot of that pressure's been taken off his back. One thing I will say that's done very well by Reject in practically all of their engagements is smoke usage. They are so on the money when it comes to being able to allow retreats, using those smokes to advantage. Just yesterday, they completely beans Bigatron with a smoke they used to hide Duello in the vehicle. And as Bigatron went past, they got a double kill onto them. So I think Reject is one you need to kind of watch out for in terms of that Shinobi play, right? When they drop into the smoke, drop into the shadows.
And they've done exactly that. They've got Lapis back to safety and actually fully healed now. So that's great news for them coming through. Excellent to see for Reject and Bigatron. They had a little foothold on the side of this compound. Now they want a little bit more as all the other teams start to descend. Centers up on the mainland, so not too much movement really to be had at these next phases. Means these fights can go on for a little bit longer, Blaine.
Yeah, it's a total non-plus of a circle here. It's so central on the mainland that it doesn't really matter. Most teams still have the same end goal in mind. No one's going to be playing down towards Primorsk anyway, so this is fine for the time being. But yeah, Bigatron has allowed Reject to get into a position where they can now set up. And they're further into the circle at the moment, and I think that with that hillside behind Bigatron, this fight has a timer on it until someone else comes into the fight, and it's Nigma Galaxy who's hovering in the wings.
And as well as that, you got the Infinity have managed to make that crossing behind them, so potentially could even play spoiler there. 6-8, James's big hope in this game. Close to FaZe, who really do need to continue to step up. It's Lapis to go down yet again in the scrap in the warehouse. As it rains on through. Zuxi in the nade. For more damage, looking to isolate these reject players. A little bit of damage sent back their way, but it's looking good. And Lapis wants to get res. Divine has to hop up. All four of Bigatron still alive. Luxy sends out a little bit too wide for my liking. Bit tricky to deal with there, but sends back out to the buggy. Divine is super low right now. A sliver of HP. Duello tries to stymie the flow of Bigatron players as they move forwards. Gets a cheeky little angle as Lapis goes down.
I mean, for Yuhai, he has been the one leading this charge at the moment. Zuxi finds Divine, and now it's just a matter of time before the rest of Reject do fall. I think BTR realized they need to do something quickly, but it's Regiosio to find the double.
The man of the hour, he's found one, he's found two on the spray down, he's found three, four! It's Ragey with the 4v1, taking down the whole of Bigatron. He strikes back, his team falls around his ears, and it's a cacophony of disaster. But he is the one to lay Bigatron low, but now it's Enigma Galaxy up to the plate, Reject with their big hope. Regiosio stands tall in the face of danger, but he's got so much more to deal with. A full surround, tries to evacuate the back, but Ralph has the angle, and Regi up the top, looks to spray him down, and it's one more! He doesn't even fall here! 4 first aids, and now there's 2 left for Enigma Galaxy in this close quarters, but the nade over the top puts our hero to the test too much, and he will not stand any longer. But what a fight!
No one can step toe-to-toe with Regiosio. So you got to throw the nades through the window and just hope to God that he goes down. You do not want to stand up to the plate versus this guy in a 1v1 with those actual guns in hand. Luckily for him, you know, Bigatron, Luxy took a knock from Enigma Galaxy, as I mentioned earlier on in that little engagement, that they were hovering around there. Finally, they drop in, find 1 kill, but that will release the rest of Bigatron to death to Regiosio's hands. An unbelievable fight coming through from that one guy, and so many times he has been clutch for Reject. Ridiculousness come in there, and I think Bigatron, just hesitation, a little bit of hesitation versus Reject there, but they held their own so much. I liked the push that Bigatron went for, but Reject, they kept setting themselves up strong, kept setting themselves up in a position where they could hold off Bigatron. And I think that in the end of it, Reject just comes out on top. Unfortunately, Enigma Galaxy are there waiting because that fight goes on for so damn long that they can just hear the bullets and get into position on the hillsides and surround.
Very well played by Enigma Galaxy. And that actually gets rid of 2 teams on the southwest side flank. That's 2 whole squads that were there no longer going to be a presence. It opens up a lot of ground for Enigma Galaxy, for 628, and anyone else looking to move over to that side. With the next circle coming through, they've got a great position now.
Yeah, this is a nice spot to be. You've got a lot of hillsides to play around. Rico Infinite's team, they're currently towards that northwest side, trying to take some shots outwards. A lot of teams have been able to make their way in here. Tongji about just moving their way through the field side, but the Infinity, they've got a compound just beneath them. There is a lot of areas where it's very easy to get shot at. There is some hills towards the center of this circle that you can play around, which are going to give you a little bit of cover here and there. But realistically, this part of the map is very barren overall. There are a few good compounds to play in. You know, I think right now, Rico Infinite team trying to remove Damwon Gaming from one of those very, very high priority compounds itself, but it's becoming difficult with 4 rivals also in the mix.
Team Secret, and shots gonna probably get flushed out here. Not really too much to do. AJ behind the ridgeline, invisible to any further threats, and the top of the chopsticks occupied by Team Secret. I never like this this crater to hold in. It's so scary. If there's any teams nearby, they throw a nade in there, it just funnels its way towards you.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace about this little actual crater is the fact that it's so open around it that it's very easy to see anyone moving up to try and get into nade range, but you just have to be very vigilant the entire time. You know what I would be really curious about, John? Is to know how many eliminations DRS have purely from Team Secret. I would love to know that statistic, because I imagine it's a very high number. These 2 teams are constantly fighting with one another on every single map. It's so interesting to see, and you know, I'd be curious to see whether it's Team Secret taking notes from DRS before they come into PMGC, or DRS taking notes from Team Secret. Whatever the case is, you know, these 2 teams are so similar in playstyle, it is crazy.
Seem to always be in conflict, and that will not change this game. 1 kill already found by DRS. What you about?
Nope.
He's like, oh, you're trying to shoot me? No, I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm back behind the ridge. I'm chilling. Back with the rest of the Tong Jamal squad, and actually very central in this next zone.
the moment, most teams just kind of weighing this out. They don't really have to do anything. Like I said, it's very awkward around here. Don't want to be really taking too many engagements because it's most likely going to end in disaster for you. So wait for this next circle, see who has precedent, and then go from there. And it is up towards that north side. So Down One Gaming, their compound itself becomes so much more valuable. The pricing on that compound just rocketed.
Really did. It's certainly prime real estate right now. Anything but free. FaZe probably going to have to move fairly soon, and they're going to have to figure out where they want to move in towards. A difficult maneuver ahead of them, especially with 628 waiting in the wings. Enigma Galaxy moving up to actually put pressure on the back of that rotation. So again, going to be quite difficult for them to make happen. But Cryptics, they take the first strike out towards this center circle. Chapo full group Infinity team hold down for now. 4 Rivals also looking to slow things down here.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a pretty good spot. I do like this position on Chopsticks, especially with the change that came through, which is where, you know, you can get to both sides of the Chopsticks with this little bend at the bottom. I think for Cryptics, as they come into this area, it's very easy to shoot at them if you're 4 Rivals. Not too big of a deal. You can see them all playing extremely close to the edges, though. And again, that's about what you mentioned earlier, John, is that if you throw a nade in there, it's most likely going to bobble towards the center. So 4 Rivals need to make sure that they're right on the edges, playing it, you know, very, very riskily, but just enough risk that they can find some kills and just enough safety that they don't get bombed out of existence.
And it's some nice flat ground around them as well, which means no one has massive overlooks. The only way that someone would have an overlook is if they jumped up on a roof, and if you're doing that, I feel like you've already won the game if you don't die immediately.
Yeah, you can just be like an auto turret. But again, you also expose yourself to a lot of other teams within the lobby, so probably not a plan that doesn't come into effect till much later. 628 tossing some smokes, trying to get into position. Sunan goes wide, looking to go very, very wide here.
And let's try and swing all the way out.
FaZe is like, where's he
Get
going?
a full flank, a full back flank there, actually. Going to surround them. Well, I say surround them. Going to prove to be difficult and will control a lot of those difficult rotations. The Infinity also trying to make that cross across those fields. They have got Tony in a forwards position. I think the Galaxy, though, all right on the edge. In comes the crash. 628 move through, and this is Sunan's off angle doing wonders for the team. But 628 stand up to Beer 11, and they find out all about it. 1 goes down, 2 go down, 3 with MR5 coming in for the fight as well. And now Sunan loses the teammates that he once held. And now in a 1 versus, well, looks like 4, as FaZe probably going to be able to res fully here. Tony K moves forwards with a nade around the side, gets a lot of damage, but the Groza will not do the job. And Tony K sees to it that 628 are dashed across the rocks. As long as James's dreams stay alive, it's not going to be any longer.
I mean, you can throw smokes as much as you want from 628, but you cannot catch this smoke from Beer 11. This guy is unbelievable over the past couple of days, right? His step up has been one of the major factors that FaZe are doing so well in this Super Weekend. Like, it's undeniable that Beer 11 is literally that X factor. If the fact that you can get 2 knocks for your 1 life in 1 fight, that is ridiculous amount of work. You might not think it's a lot, but going for 1-for-1 trades, not always the best, but if you can go 2-for-1, it really allows so much, especially when someone's playing with an off-angle flanker like that. You just crush the opposition.
Oh, God, Tony takes a lot of damage. Infinity stay alive, and you know what that means? It means that Jason's a better analyst than James. Who knew? There you go.
I always knew it, you know. I think that this morning, I heard Jason saying that he was having a good day. And if that's true, so is Infinity. With that nade, it bloody looked good. Oh my God.
Out of nowhere, almost. I mean, they did manage to get a knock in response, but it was answered right back, and Freak isn't quite in this fight. Very disparate from the rest of the team and holding a foothold in this next circle. I feel like Enigma Galaxy don't want to push, but they are going to know that Infinity want to push their way.
Coming down towards Ralph's side, but he has that rock in position. The Infinity still in a bit of a rough scenario at the moment. Enigma Galaxy get all their players back up again, and with the knock that came through into the Infinity, they've not really been able to use this time to reassess the situation and reposition. It's just Newsy. We know how much this guy can do. Continues to throw those bullets downwards, but it's Genesis Dogma off in the distance. Boom's coming in now.
Oh dear, FaZe try and move out in the open, and it just does not work. I think they got entirely cut down there. Infinity moving forwards as Newsy gets sprayed through the smoke. Amodi lands the shot and will back up to the rest of the team. Rico Infinity team now trying to fight off on this western edge. Team Secret try and swing wide, and everybody's going down on these hillside flank. It's chaos.
Stalwart rock up, but they get immediately decimated in their tracks. Booms actually gets a nade down onto Newsy's position, which is on that off angle. And I think for Genesis Dogma right now, this is just about causing chaos off in the wings. And they might have just ruined the chances for the Infinity with that one nade. Really, really sad stuff. But that's Genesis Dogma for you. They're all about causing pandemonium all around the map.
Struggling to keep up. We're swapping from side to side of the circle. Just keep going back and forth. Different fights raining all over. Rico Infinity team getting eliminated. We're down to 10 teams blank in that raucous affair. Now it looks like the two remaining hopes of the desk are going to come into combat. Close quarters for Genesis Dogma and the Infinity. And Genesis Dogma right now seem to be dominating.
Yeah, I think for Genesis Dogma, they have such a good game plan, which is never to go too deep into these fights, but rather cause casualties, cripple teams as they come in, and then, like a predator, slowly creep up on their prey. It is so, so good.
Seems to have developed very, very well. Tongjabao, though, they've been fairly central in this, being able to look outwards from the top of their little hill. They have managed to find themselves 4 rivals low. DRS swinging around the bottom side there, and only Appy still alive for 4 rivals. 4 kills now found for DRS as they keep on swinging.
Yeah, there is just shots ringing out everywhere on this map at the moment, purely because there's hardly anywhere to go. These smokes are the barest amount of cover they have. These small little rocky crops that come out of the floor, you know, it is really not a lot of cover to play around with. Down 1, they've had to leave that compound now, see how much they can do with it. Sung takes down Tony K, and now the circle heads up all the way towards that north side, favoring Tongjiabao. But honestly, I don't have a lot of faith in them, to be quite frank with you, John.
They need to prove our faith in them yet again, because I mean they had it in that first week of league play, sure, but it really slipped downhill. And in general, they haven't impressed us as much as they did in those first 2 days of gameplay. Can they hold it on? I mean, this was their noted style, right? Getting center early, getting in the middle, and then holding it out well. So can they do it again?
It's the question over his lips, and I think they have the majority of players still up. We've still got Down 1 Gaming as a 4, MS Chamburi, as well as Tongjiabao and Nigma Galaxy. So some really big fights coming through. Genesis Dogma still running as a 3. We know what they like to do. They're going to just poke, prod at enemy teams, cause them problems. Nigma Galaxy take a knock. A great rundown from Freak, though. Rocks up on Tongjiabao. Will get knocked himself and then flush out. But Tongjiabao now in dire straits, looking outwards towards the enemy team of Nigma Galaxy, who are rocking onto their position.
This is the difficulty as well. They're not only holding Nigma Galaxy. Sure, they might be in the lead in this fight, but every other team is looking to move into this position as well. Genesis Dogma, they're going to hear this fighting going on. They're going to see these knocks coming through, and they're going to know that maybe this is their time to move through onto this circle. You can see Daybot starting to rock up on the position. Lon's getting res right now by Bamboo, but it allows teams to move forwards with reduced sight lines from the top of the hill. The nades start to pour on in, and the western side starting to get pushed in. Favian looking for the nades over the top as MS Kamburi being alive for now, but then C2 going down. It's just Ponzai and Jasper now for the squad.
Down 1 Gaming looking to take down the remaining members of MS Chamburi, who are outside in the blue. Satar comes up, takes down Mafia Ninja. They had him knocked earlier on. Lord onto Tongjiabao, but Tongjiabao will finally finish out those last players of Nigma Galaxy. 2 players knocked, but not out yet. Daybot extremely low, has to med up here.
Trying to stay alive. Tongjiabao now can maybe turn their attention over towards Genesis Dogma, so they do need to be careful. But there's a lot of fighting going on. Genesis Dogma find the last player of DRS, bring us down to 5. Oh, they spotted Down 1 Gaming. There's no way Fabian stays alive there. Will fall down, almost gonna get flushed, almost definitely. Tongjiabao hold on to their central position, but it shifts over towards Genesis Dogma.
Genesis Dogma, their playstyle has elevated so much. These guys are the Komodo dragons of the lobby. They bite, they leave poison, and then they will let you run. But later, sooner or later, they'll come and bite down and take you out of the game. It is an incredible showing from Genesis Dogma. They, like I said before, just have spears prodded against your throat, but not letting you off the hook yet.
So difficult for Tongjabao at this stage. I mean, they've been able to fend off very well. And to be fair, I feel like they've played fairly well in the center of this circle, but 10 kills for Genesis Dogma right now. 10 elims coming through on this game alone is great. And I feel like Professor Tarzan is smiling wider than anything right now, but unfortunately, Booms does go down to a nice little forward spray from HSET. Resible in this position, however, for Genesis Dogma on the north side.
Yeah, but Tongjabao, they can't afford to move out too far. Manhang goes down, and MS Chumbury take that as a sign to start rushing down the hillside. MS Chumbury, another team that is massively improved since that first league play. They're right at the top of the standings now, and this is a great opportunity for them to get another win here on Erangel.
Bonsai gets sat down, a little bit too big for the boots there. Gonna get pushed back just a little bit. Not flushed out just yet. You got Junie, you've got Appy as well. I don't know if Daybot spotted this. HSET does take a knock from Sitar from Genesis Dogma. Booms takes the opportunity to move forwards. Appy should have the info. Junie low and out of the blue. Jasper going down out as well, but Appy's so close. He knows that there's two Genesis Dogma players right here, but they have not spotted him. They have no idea. Daybot not on the lookout in this position. And Appy stays. Appy sticks.
Not going anywhere. You could go for the song play here. One goes down from Tongjabao. Still MS Chumbury off in the distance. Appy could have the killer off angle. But Genesis Dogma, they are still rocking the worlds of these other teams within the lobby.
9 kills for MS Chumbury, who have been having the game of their lives as well. Two teams really in the thick of things, and now it's just bamboo for Tongjabao in the central circle. MS Chumbury swing down, and they're going to lose yet another player. There's no way you stay alive, but Appy is still alive, still going, still playing. Spoiler, and it's Booms to find the final flush, and Daybot gets the second. It's Tongjabao, it's Genesis Dogma, and Appy playing.
He sees him!
Cody Banks, Sitar takes him down, and Genesis Dogma, 17 kills blank. They're looking good for 18. They set the record, and it is Professor Tarzan to get the prediction right. Genesis Dogma, slow and steady, with a very loud performance coming through. An excellent game for them.
The Komodo Dragons of PUBG Mobile slither their way through to a beautiful victory here on Erangel, and you couldn't have asked for more. And again, I'm going to keep pouting that because honestly, the way that they played this was incredible. It's just such a different playstyle of PUBG Mobile that I'm used to, but I'm so happy to watch because it's just a case of let's cripple this team here, let's pull the legs out from this one, let's move our way in, let's never fully take a fight with teams, but just be so annoying. They're like the dagger in the night, John, and I am loving it.
Brilliant stuff. And I mean, what a game, by the way. I mean, this highlight, Reiji able to get that 1v4 off. I mean, sure, Enigma Galaxy had the assist, but I feel like even so, we talk about this guy a lot, right? And he was phenomenal in that compound for the team. Unfortunately, they go down pretty soon after that, but that was great to watch. That was great to watch.
Yeah,
Genesis Dogma winning out with 3 with a record-breaking kill count.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I like that you said that, you know, Enigma Galaxy come in with the assist there, but to be honest with you, by assist we mean that they handed him half a water bottle and was like, that was the much of an assist that Reiji Usio got in that situation. That was all on him. Let's be quite honest with you. Yes, Enigma Galaxy are the ones to finally drop the ending to that fight, but the beginning from that one and the middle, that is a fantastic book written by Reiji.
Yeah, I don't even know if Enigma Galaxy just took the flush in the end as well on a downed player to pinch that one. But I'll have to go back and examine that one very, very carefully. But Genesis Dogma, 18 kills. That is a whole heap of points, and it's good for their chase towards the infinity. Over to you guys on the desk.
Yeah, biggest point match we've had so far. 18 eliminations, a fantastic showing. Tarzan, I will now give you about 30 seconds to gloat. Go ahead.
Thank you, boys. That was a good one. I'm thanking the actual team because they showed exactly how I wanted them to play. And yes, there's no issue for them. Like, if being the Eastern team, if you test them, they can find a way in. The pacing of the mid game was good. Pocket control worked brilliant. They know how much that they can hold, and they actually just executed. Like, I've got nothing else to say. GG's.
Disappointed, to be honest, Kalaris, because if that was me, I would have been gloating for more than 30 seconds. They would have had to play the music to get me off the stage to continue talking about it. But either way, 33 points. What a fantastic result here out of them. Even MS Chumbury coming with 17. TJB, where has this TJB been? I mean, man, we haven't seen them be able to pull up like 10 plus points in a very long time.
Yeah, I can't quite give you what rank I would give them right now, but you know, third place for this game sounds kind of appropriate. With just a few limbs coming in here and there, but they were holding down a central location when these circles are going topsy-turvy, up and down, wild. So not too bad in terms of the placement points, although they did kind of get crunched down on slowly by some of the teams, as you know, they're taking knocks here and there, and Genesis Dogma just kind of rocks up towards the end with their strong edge control after holding one of those compounds that was strong for a field ending. I think Genesis Dogma overall, really outstanding performance this game.
Well, let's just take a look at our second page here. Bigatron will we did have a substitution come in, if I'm not mistaken, and we also had a swift demise out of them. I can't remember if it was them fighting against Reject that was happening, but they got just completely plastered all over the walls from explosions, and we can see the rest of them. You know, as we do talk about the upside of your pick, Tarzan, we got to talk about the downsides of some other people's picks, like 628. Don't remember who that was.
You know what? You guys picked teams that were in the top 3, all right? I'm here for wildcards, baby. I'm here for the interesting picks, all right? Let's see how you do later on when you also pick a top 3 team, okay?
I mean, let's be honest, right? If you're calling that a cop-out from us, which technically it is, isn't it a cop-out for you to pick a team that you actually don't expect to win? Because if they don't win, it's like, yeah, well, they're just not playing well. But if they do win, you're like, I'm a genius.
I mean, yeah, well, you know, I'm a smart man. But also, they did go up against my team that I picked as a team to do well this week as a whole. So, you know, I'm going to take a consolation prize here with FaZe wiping them out.
They went out early as well, and I'm actually quite disappointed. I thought we've got a lot of damage on the board, and I've been doing the Kalaras yesterday for the reactions for these damage output, but I've been disappointed so far today. But Satar with 1,248 damage, man.
What is this? Tarzan's calling me out. It's normally Jason. All right. Ooh, there you go. All right, it's done.
Brilliant.
I was expecting a little bit more than for 1,248 damage. The Magician doing some serious work here, but we can see Genesis Dogma with that victory they just had. They do take the #1 position overall within our Super Weekend. 142 points is insane. And at the same time, as we look down the list, obviously we got to talk about Enigma Galaxy. They scored 47 points week 1. They're at 116 after 2 days here now.
You know what? A lot of people are giving up on Enigma Galaxy, but not this man, not
oh my
Jamesy
gosh.
over here, all right? I mean, yes, they had a few rough games, and especially, you know, Blank was kind of really, you know, I think sinking his teeth into them and not really giving them too much, but I think that, you know, this is a nice return to form that we're seeing from them here. I especially liked the field ending and how they were playing it yesterday going into that situation, because you've always got to make sure you're not the first person to engage in a 3-way field ending, and I think that Enigma Galaxy can roll with the punches here.
Yeah, it's not just the way that they know how to third party, it's towards the later zone. They want to control certain segments of the map by pushing out from the circle and having an anchor point inside. These are the styles that we get to play. It's not so one-dimensional. We love seeing it, but it's also about Dongwon Gaming, I feel like, guys, because they've been the team that kind of disappointed us from the start, but they're slowly creeping back, and I feel like they deserve a little bit more spotlight. And I think the stats are speaking as well, that they constantly get some eliminations going into the mid game, and very prompt phase 1 rotation as well, like sped up so much compared to week 1.
It's very interesting as well, Jason, because normally South Korean teams in esports and things like that, normally very aggressive, but Damwon Kia here is definitely a team that is far more focused on the rotations and not necessarily those eliminations down the line. So I think them finding a spot, and if they could try and find some more eliminations elsewhere, that'd be brilliant. But so far, not really kind of going to that usual regional aggression, I think.
Yeah, no Genji participating here in PMGC, unfortunately. But for you guys at home, as you're seeing, talk about obviously these players, maybe you want to vote for Satar as your fan favorite player. Maybe you want to vote for your fan favorite team as well. If you guys participate in that within the eSports Center, you guys will be able to earn various pink level permanent items. So make sure you guys are heading into the game to do that as quick as possible, because it's going to be some good rewards. You can rub in our faces if you wanted to. But I want to bring this up here while we take a look at the schedule just really quickly. I think what's really cool to me is you have FaZe Clan and Bigatron Damwon, their very first Super Weekend. They are outperforming at the moment 5 other teams in the second Super Weekend. So if they can continue this kind of pace, if they requalify Super Weekend 3, they're definitely on pace. They're definitely on track to break through top 16 and make it into our finals.
Any thoughts,
I think here's the thing as well, right? But it's about how league play was structured. We had Sanhok and Erangel. We know there's a very good amount of RNG sometimes from what people say about Sanhok. So whatever they've done right now, you can say is momentum that being brought forward. But if they somehow couldn't rub off what happened in week 1, that they actually suffered quite a lot on the 2 huge maps, then they might not be able to do that. But sometimes it's not just about what they do. It's the teams who didn't get to play this Super Weekend. Are they actually preparing? How are they practicing? Would there even be roster changes? Those are the questions and marks that we'll get to answer.
All right, well, you guys, speaking of questions that are going to be answered, I want you guys in chat to be answering this question down here. If you were to make a PUBG Mobile Dream Team, who would be on your team? And tell me why. I gotta need some whys. I need to know why you want these people to be on your team. You know, for me, it's pretty damn easy. Polaris, Max Ben, Tarzan, and add a little bit of Irish Spice, Imperium. 5 people, rotate it around. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we're getting into Miramar.
Sounds like a good team.
Danny, ready for abstract.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to hop into our second match of the day, and so far we do have one victory, not only under the belt of Genesis Dogma, but also more importantly under Tarzan, as he predicted them to win the first match. But now the predictions get even harder, as we're going to be heading over to Miramar. I don't think you can do it twice in a row, Tarzan. I don't think it's possible. I don't think any of us are going to be right in who we're predicting to win on Miramar, though I do have hopes one of us gets a little bit close, and I hope that person's me.
You know what? If that's going to happen, I'm going to drag Claris with me because I feel like we share some similar ideas for who may win match 2. But Miramar, after all, has not been the focus this week, arguably, through league play. So things can still be quite volatile, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we've seen a lot of volatility on quite a few different maps. I think the only stable factor throughout every single battleground we've had is that the Infinity is generally going to do really well on Sanhok. I mean, his teams for some reason always seems to step up. But we can see here, actually taking a look at 2 teams in particular, MS Chonburi and Infinity, and their average stats when it comes to Miramar in the Super Weekend. So they played it now a total of 5 times between both teams, and this will be time number 6. But limbs to me, 5 pretty much average between the 2 is pretty insane, actually, for me.
I think this speaks more to me how slightly under the radar MS Chonburi has been compared to the Infinity. The Infinity, of course, has been it's been loud and very in our faces in terms of the performance they've been able to put up to almost every single stage of this tournament so far. But MS Chonburi, it's been up and down. So for them to be able to keep up with the Infinity here, especially on the desert, I think is quite impressive.
I actually completely agree with that. MS Chonburi is not just about the stats that are proving that they are right up there. When you think about some very harsh hard shifts. They were the team who understands how to do damage control. I feel like sometimes teams just go all the way in. They wouldn't lose all players. They somehow find a middle ground, and I think that really speaks to why they are, in a way, doing very well in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, doing very well indeed, and I don't know what it is about them. Like, if you have any insight, Tarzan, to what's changed?
I have a feeling that they haven't made huge changes. They just have done better in their own style. Let's just say it that way. I mean, they have not changed a lot when it comes to drop spots, like rotation timing, but they somehow just survive so much better and have abilities to take huge games as well. But of course, like towards the end of yesterday, it was a little bit off, right? So I hope to see them come back stronger, which they did actually from game one, but they need to carry on here because for sure they won that first Miramar game of the Super Weekend. So maybe a repeat.
I mean, they are the highest scoring team for this being their first Super Weekend in terms of like them against M1 and Bigatron. But it's time for predictions. Gentlemen, Claris, we'll start off with Tarzan first. So Tarzan, who's your predicted team? We started with you last time, Claris. I wanted to give Tarzan some love.
Go on. Yeah.
FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan will be my choice. I feel like there's quite a few things that's left unsaid from the way they played the game before. And yeah, they are strong, and we've seen why. And so yes, I'm going to put a vote for them.
Okay,
oh, great.
James.
Now it looks like I'm copying him, even though I wrote it first for production. I'm really happy. I'm going with FaZe Clan. I think that obviously they got a 4th place with the second 2 kills, and then they got themselves a 1st place conversion rate. But I'm going to throw it out there. MS Chumbury, actually, coincidentally, even though we just talked about them, is also a good candidate considering how well they've played on Miramar.
Okay, so not only is Claris copying Professor Tarzan, he's trying to sneak in another prediction last second with MS Chumbury. What's up, James?
Nothing.
Okay, my prediction, and I'm doing this specifically just for the man who's not here, Maxman. 4 Rivals has yet to get a chicken dinner so far. Maxman believes it. I'm going to believe in Maxman here, and this is going to be their victory. And if it's not, well, Maxman, you're just back to your cursing ways. So hopefully, for your sake, that doesn't happen. But gentlemen, we're going to be heading into Miramar here in just a second, and we're going to find out like which team's going to come out on top. I think it's important. Have a good final matches here in the Super Weekend, so you can go into League play refreshed and ready to go. And speaking of refreshed and ready to go, our 2 commentators are on standby. We got John on a blink yet again.
That's true. I've got my coffee back on board. I'm fueled up and ready to go, just like the plane heading over Miramar. Blank, are you equally as refreshed, as revitalized from that little bit of downtime then?
I'm well refreshed, mate. Like, I'm coming to this game the most refreshed man that ever lived. I've downed a whole water cooler of water.
Wow.
I'm good to go. I might have to go at 15 minutes, so you just have to be aware of that, John. But I will not.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I will not.
That's a lot of water.
That is a lot of water. I am basically 90% water now, which is just fine. You know, like it just energizes my brain, which is the only thing I need. The rest of my body is slumping, but that's okay. The plane has not been fueled though, John. This is the most lazy plane path I've ever seen in my life. Not even wanting to go towards Campo Militar. It's just across to Puerto Paraíso. I feel sorry for a lot of these teams. Now, this circle, this plane path wouldn't matter so much if we're on Sanhok, but here at Miramar, it's a big deal. It's a very, very big deal, John. Not being able to get up towards San Martin, El Azahar, Cristavalle, very important spots around the map for a lot of teams. This man is just...
He's just T-posing. He's just T-posing down, it's fine. Are you okay? What?
That's the best. That's the most casual parachute I've ever seen in my life.
Well, Blank's broken.
Oh, that was good. Oh, no!
Oh, dear. Duello is going to go down early to a little, well, I'd say hot drop, but I don't feel like it quite counts as a hot drop. Either way, Reject lose a player. 2-team secret. And, you know, it's a good thing no one on the desk predicted Reject to win this one, I guess, given that they're down to 3 already. No, instead, James thought, you know what? Tarzan got the first one right. I'm just going to do that again. I'm just gonna go with whatever he says because he's obviously way smart. I mean, obviously, you know, Jason was the better analyst last time around.
Yeah.
This time he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with Tarzan. I mean, he seems to know what's up.
You can't lose with Tarzan, right? That's the main thing. I will say
that's how I live my life.
I will say that the thing is with this drop, drop spot in terms of this playing path, right? There are two specific teams that you got to look at, right? Which is DRS and Team Secret. Now, Team Secret already finding their spot down towards reject position. Beautiful stuff there. Love to see it. And they already get a kill off the bat. So well done to Team Secret to quickly make adjustments, because both those teams very much towards the north side. So Team Secret were happy. We're happy to actually just drop down towards the south. DRS, on the other hand, they dropped out very early, trying to pick up some vehicles, and they've gone up towards Ruin side. Not the worst thing in the world for them, actually, because we do get the circle over towards the west. We're around El Pozo and Monte Nuevo, which is good stuff for a fair few teams. But yeah, I think that we're going to see a lot of fighting in the early game here, specifically because we don't have that even split that we would usually see on Miramar.
Little bit of a split. And I imagine we're going to see teams a lot closer together than we're used to in this phase, as we sort of were talking about during that playing path, right? We're going to see teams occupying grounds that maybe they wouldn't have dared to go so close so early. Are they? They're still falling. This is 4 rivals. This is Jason's. Well, I say Jason's. It's Jason's proxy prediction, but he can't cop out like that. He can't cop out and just say, "Oh, well, it was Max's prediction." No, he's got to own it. It's Jason's prediction.
I think Jason does own that prediction. That is his prediction. You know, I actually don't mind it, to be honest with you. 4 rivals have been historically quite good on Miramar. You know, this is a team that likes to eat their way into the final zones. We want better map to do that on, but Miramar itself. So, look, I think you've been a bit harsh there, John, to be honest with you. I think I'll accept that. I think although it is a proxy prediction from Max, but I think there is some genuine thought about it. And look, Jason's been having a good morning, and I don't want to stop having a good morning, okay? So stop it!
I don't know if we talked about. I said that Genesis Dogma were good for the chase towards Infinity. I didn't realize they'd overtaken the Infinity in the overall standings.
I mean, that game is just it was almost bound to happen, right? That we couldn't call it straight away because we don't have the numbers directly on our screen. But what is that 33 pointer? Yeah, I mean, Genesis Dogma from the position I think they were on like 232. That would make sense, right? 232.
232 was their pre-match count. Yeah, that's
cool.
right.
I can do maths, guys. This is a miracle. Perfect. But yeah,
I looked at the old stat sheet, and now I've just refreshed the stats, so I won't know anymore.
Good job. I just saw a little statistic on the screen there saying from last game, Genesis Dogma hit 2.8k damage. That is a large game. But again, you know, for 18 eliminations, that is still a big. I would say it's away from the norm, right? Usually you're tending to see over 3k damage for 18 eliminations there. But I think that for Genesis Dogma, it was more of a case of, like we said, they go around, they cause problems, they cause problems on purpose, and then reap the rewards afterwards. It's a great playstyle. It's a very annoying playstyle to come up against, and I've warmed to it. I think at the beginning of this tournament, I was a little bit more unsure about Genesis Dogma and the way they played, but I'm feeling it now. I'm really feeling it.
Oh. I mean, maybe you see a little bit of yourself in them, right?
Yeah, just problem
running around, causing
Yeah.
problems on purpose. You know, that's just
exactly
just how it goes. FaZe under fire right now by 628, and Daoshi finds out just what it's like to take on FaZe, but 33Z hits the shot. Shot of the century. Love that one.
Yeah, go on, peek me again. I dare you. I double dare you.
Peek me! Peek me! Peek me! Peek!
So Ventura's down there, not wanting to peek. I'll tell you that now. I wouldn't want to do it either. I think 33Z has peaked in terms of performance or in terms of that shot. It was incredible to see. But this is a very central position in the circle, so quite important. Beer 11 though. The Scar beats out the Sniper apparently, which is fair enough, especially when it's in Beer's hands.
Downmore Gaming here. Gonna take down Lazy Boy from Cryptix. This is a separate fight all the way on the southwest, but we're back on board.
Way up.
Hang on a minute. We've got all the way around. But hang on. They're pushing in. Beer 11 will fall down. Yu Yang still standing tall. Sunan up the top of that hillside on MR5 now. Up to fight and will take down Yu Yang. Really nice position now afforded to them. Beer 11 can get rezzed in this spot. And the flush is coming through. FaZe, 3 kills already. 3 elims found on the game. And now it's just Sunan. That final elim to flush the team for 628.
I mean, you've almost got to feel sorry for 628 in a way, in terms of the fact that, you know, a lot of their drop spots have been around these teams that haven't been doing so great towards the beginning of the tournament. They've been reaping the benefits of that, which is the case you're able to pick up some fair few kills quite easily. But now it's like you drop around FaZe. They're getting really good at this point in time, so it's hard to contend with them. You're dropping down towards Reject, who have really had a massive step up in performance as well. So your life becomes a lot more difficult purely because teams around you are improving so much. I think that I've yet to see the same improvement out of 628, but then again, it is much easier to see improvement from a level 1 character as opposed to a level 50 character.
MR5 hops in the vehicle. Sunan looks for the knock. Didn't quite find it and gets sat down again by the backlines of FaZe. MR5 lucky to be alive there.
I mean, gets away. Just about. I don't think he's going to want to peek this one again. And now Tony K. I have the K9 now. I think Sunan's just going to dip. 33Z no longer there. Reject versus Team Secret. Again, this battle continues. Reject were already down on their look earlier.
Ragey, we saw what he did last time. They don't want to go down early this time, but they might not have a choice. 2 players alive, the blue zone about to start pushing. Kid dropping the smoke out wide, gives himself the ability to move between these 2 buses. Ragey now has the angle against 1. He's not going to be able to give too much backup. Still away down the road, coming in on the southeast. Team Secret, oh, they find Ragey. Now it's just Lapis.
Yeah, it's an awkward scenario. I'm also curious to see why Lapis is in the game. I personally do think that Sarah slightly better player, to be honest with you. And I don't think at this point in the time that Reject can really afford to be switching up the roster so much, because 171 points, if you get similar results like this all of today, this is the final day of Super Weekend 2. So what we'll see is that they will not have hit that 200-point mark and will have to go again in the next Super Weekend. You know, I don't have a lot of doubts that Reject will not make it into the next Super Weekend, but there is that possibility. So again, these next few games for them have to be better. They have to be better, John.
And speaking of point scoring on the Super Weekends, FaZe is on the precipice of jumping up over DXavier. You can see at the moment they're on 105. DXavier, who are not playing in the Super Weekend, currently sat in 16th overall, have 106 points total. So there's a 4 points difference between FaZe Clan, and the fact that FaZe got 3 kills, there's now a 1 point difference.
Yeah, they are climbing at the moment. They are certainly climbing, and I think FaZe would love to put a few more numbers on the board by the end of the day, which would be great for them. They would love to see it, and it would put them in good stead going forward, in a position that they can actually start to feel a lot better about their Super Weekend 3. Providing they make it into it. Again, they're not out of the rough waters as of yet. You know, the boat is still tumbling from side to side. Might need to get some of that nausea potions concocted up, to be honest with you. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens.
They're still healing. Don't want to go down just yet. Refueling as well. For a little bit of a journey, it seems. Team Secret really want to guard this one out. I imagine they want to flush their final player. Although, to be fair, it's probably not worth it to stick around. You know that Lapis isn't really going to be able to do too much to impact your future game here. Maybe, you know, it could be a snake in the grass, stay alive till right at the end. I don't want to jinx myself by saying something like that. But you know,
you should.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Make the call. Don't do that. Don't be a coward about it. Just make the call. I mean, you trust in yourself. Trust in yourself, John. It's all about you have trust in your teammates, and you have to trust in yourself. It's the main thing.
Look at this average rank, #1 for Newsy right now.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Doing a lot of work. Told you about spot action, and he's put out of action.
It's unfortunate. Considering it's action from Stalwart, this guy is unbelievably good. Now, Stalwart need to come in with the support, but you doubt they're going to be able to bring action back up again. He is behind the vehicle, but should be able to be spotted underneath. Unfortunately, can't quite angle himself properly. I think Stalwart have completely abandoned the poor fool. This is so sad.
Yeah, he's going to go down. He's on the outskirts. There's no way they can breach. They'd have to invest so many smokes, and then they don't even know exactly where Tongjibao are. It's dangerous. It's too dangerous.
Too dangerous.
It's just bad for the health.
just back it on out. I think for Team Secret also leaving Reject earlier, that makes sense to me, considering they're all the way down to Chumacera and this circle's coming up towards El Pozo, Monte Nuevo side. So getting into the circle early here, very important for this specific team. Power Grid currently held by Stalwart, but as a 3, much harder to hold that position. And Tong Jibao looking to pull that one away from the clutching hands of Stalwart themselves. 4 rivals, though. Very, very good position for them. So we'll see how this game pans out.
Potentially a good Max prediction.
A good Jason prediction. Stop it! I will defend this man to my dying breath.
If it goes well, it's Max's prediction. If it goes badly, then it's Jason's prediction.
Can someone cut this man? someone cut this man right now. He's
Wait a minute.
He's not backing up his men.
Whoa.
All right, this is ridiculous.
What? Hang on a minute. I don't like that. Genesis Dogma don't like this either. Hi, boy. You hi. Got to be able to get that one and find the second as well. 1 for 2. They are, unfortunately, a little bit peeved about that last game. Going down in a 1v4 situation. Not ideal. Rico Infinity team suffering as Sunan, last player. Remember, FaZe took down the other 3 players of 628 earlier. Now he's facing off against Rico Infinity team, looking for a 1v4 himself.
Yeah, Sunan all on his lonesome. Nade cooked. Doesn't need to pull it out just yet, though. There's some smoke's been thrown down that way. Rico Infinity team also taking shots from along the way from other teams. So they've got to be a little bit careful. Stalwart spots out 4 rivals. Sunan finds the first from Rico Infinity team and Fidan outside very low. So realistically, Sunan's being saved by other teams that are surrounding this position. And Rico Infinity team feeling the pain of it.
Oh, there's no way he doesn't go down there. Oh, my goodness me. Sunan just about getting that. The nade in through the window. I feel like Anas knows he's going to reposition and has to get back to the rest of the team. You can't just leave them alone on the broad side when Sunan's alive, because he's already managed to pick up one of those flushes. Yeah, Anas has lost his team at this stage, and he needs to just go in and fight Sunan.
I love this. I mean, Sunan is like, yeah, come fight me in this building. I promise it's safe on the surroundings. But the reason he's got in here very early on, knowing it's a strong spot, now he can begin to play this one out. Nade goes through, immediately closes the door on him. See what Sunan can get done. But yeah, and again, just 1 player left from Rico Infinity team, and Sunan is just playing around him, making him look silly.
And that's Jiggle peeking there, trying to get the shoulder, the spray around the door, pushes in and closes it again. Oh, this guy. Oh, he's getting sat down though, unfortunately. Sunan, he's going to fall. But in the meantime, FaZe have been circling. Now they know Anas is here, looking for more elims to draw that points total equal to DXavier and bring themselves into the conversation, put themselves in that top 16.
It's doable, very doable here on this map. You know, the boys on the desk, they're thinking about this one. I tend to agree, honestly. FaZe have been doing fairly well on this map. And as a team that doesn't have to go down early, when they play as 4, they look great. And I think Miramar gives you a lot of ability to bring those 4 members into the final fold. I think supporting Beer is probably one of their best things that they can do. And I think Vintoras has really been stepping up recently as well. Nice nade goes through, pops off Tony K's legs. Now Anas, I don't think he's long for this world.
Anas does go down. Tony K gets the shot. Will burn it a little bit, but it should be all right. Stop, drop, and roll. Puts the fire out. FaZe draw equal with DXavier on this game. They are now up on 106 points total, I believe, after those 4 kills. And they're jumping up towards the top 16. Nova is the highest placed team with 1 Super Weekend fully played out with 126. And right now, this is very doable for FaZe to jump on and play with that.
Enigma Galaxy coming through on the highway. See what they can get done. But I mean, Stalwart off in the distance. I think this circle that we have just seen dropping down towards Picardo side is probably one of the more interesting circles on Miramar, because it allows play from the top of the mountain as well as down towards Picardo side. And it's very hard to determine where the actual circle is going to end. And there's a lot of movement that has to happen in between these circle shifts. So really interesting stuff. Enigma Galaxy fly into position and over the top of Satar.
I don't even know if Ralph spotted that. I mean, why would you? It's underneath your car. Satar's position potentially unknown. Could prove to be difficult for Ralph to deal with. Daybot a little bit further down and in to the fray. I love the transformation we've seen from Genesis Dogma over the course of this tournament. We talked about them a while ago, Blank, as a team that lacked a lot of proactivity, a lot of decision making to just go for a position. And sure, they haven't changed massively their playstyle, but their decisions to actually push into those openings that they're making for themselves have transformed this team.
Yeah, I think that when we saw them first, they had the almost the prodding playstyle, the annoying playstyle down to pat, but there were often times where it was a case of almost a hesitancy to actually go for a fight, to pick up a position in the first place. And I think that that's changed now. They're much more confident to take a fight on 1v1 footing and then start up that playstyle of just causing a lot of issues, a lot of chaos around the circle side. So really interesting stuff there. 4 rivals taking a knock. FaZe looking to burn this team out on the western side of the circle. Not quite in are both of these teams, but I don't think 4 rivals were going to be alive for much longer unless they can do something miraculous.
Trying to keep things alive, but FaZe spoiling the day. Seems like the majority of the desk is certainly right on who's going to do better so far this game. Stalwart, spot beer 11, but he makes it to the shack. Has a little bit of cover, a little bit of respite, but probably going to have to drop a smoke to get out of here. Pony K and Vinterez moving around, but Pika sends in. A lot of teams trying to descend, and actually 4 rivals have started to walk their way up to this position. Oh.
Nice name from Stalwart. Again, just down to 3 doesn't mean this team is not an absolute hell to deal against. Well, now you're feeling very, very hot right now, increasing the temperature tenfold. FaZe gonna have to do something big here. Losing beer is not great for their chances whatsoever. And 4 rivals just thankful that another team's coming here as their saviors. Top goes down. Tony K just inside the smoke, sees Pika, moves out.
Oh, gets the spray onto Scry, spots Pika over the top of the ridgeline, but he's into the buggy. Scry falls, 12 bullets left, gets the reload off, but Tony K falls, and in come the 4 rivals. Stalwart fall, and now 1 player down at the front for FaZe as they move around to try and back up their teammate, back up their buddy. But Vinter is low, he's ticking away, but so is Rift. He gets taken down, he gets eliminated, looking to get flushed, but no. And on the outskirts, it's going to be the 4 rivals really struggling to push through here. FaZe down to 2, but they've got so many kills already, staying alive. 6 on the game.
That was a great opportunity from 4 rivals. They took their chance and ran with it. Take down the remaining members of Stalwart, try and push past the guys from FaZe, and it looks like Penumbra just about made it out before he was taken down.
They're managing actually to bring the kill count, the elim count up for FaZe up to 7. Just making sure that they get as good a game as they can hope for. They're chasing down that Nova scoreline.
Heading up towards Picado Hills now, John. A little bit more awkward. A lot of these teams towards Picado can be very put out by this one. MS Chumbury, we're feeling really good about this position down towards the southwest, but it's still a good spot in terms of being able to escape. Team Secret still chugging on. BTR have just about found a little bit of a foothold within this circle, but it's going to be very awkward going forward. There's so much elevation here, so many plays you can play within. So I think that honestly, for this game, it's all going to be about that mid to long range fighting. And I think if anyone's good at that, it is BTR.
So is that your official prediction? I mean, now all of the desk predictions are eliminated from the game. Is that your official prediction? A BTR win here?
I just made you prediction boy today. It's just
I'm
prediction.
I'm asking you what you think about the proceedings of this game.
Just giving my opinion. Thank you very much.
Well, I take it that's a locked-in prediction from Blaine. Thank you very much.
Okay, fine. Sure. Yeah, look, see, in a bit of an awkward spot at the moment. Molotovs will bring him down. Emma Chumbury moved up in the position. Like I said, it's a great spot to remove yourself from in Picado. But now BTR need to make something happen here. And honestly, this is going very badly for them.
Yeah, I don't think your prediction went well, Blank. I'm gonna keep talking about it. No, we'll move on. Ryzen looking to try and keep them alive though. Shombury with the top spot and actually finds the spray. Team Secret with a little bit of oversight into this fight, but how many of his team can Ryzen pull back up by the bootstraps?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult. Ryzen moves back across again. I mean, the first aid kit goes through. Team Secret got to be a little bit hesitant coming through here. But again, Team Secret, with this adjustment in drop spot, it's paid off for them massively. DRS are on the other side of the map. Tongji Bao just behind them now, though. So this is going to give a little bit of respite over towards BTR. But they've got to be careful of Satar, though, because he is waiting. Again, he's just hiding it out for the time being. Nadenham for Sir, looking for anything, something.
And Satar's very central, and actually the circle shifts out all the way east. He's in the way. Bigatron managing to get all 3 players back up, live and kicking. Now they're going to have to move, or either stay where they are and guard out Team Secret on this push, or move in a little bit closer. I feel like guarding might be the better choice for them here.
It depends how this fight goes down with Tongjiabao. I think for Team Secret, there is a potential. The Infinity looking to get rid of that remaining player from Genesis Dogma. Ryzen takes some damage again, though, and BTR just not being able to hold these guys out very well whatsoever. Tongjiabao removed themselves from that problem of Team Secret and now moving down towards BTR themselves. Goodness me, Tongjiabao actually aiming towards BTR, and now I think they have to split. It's going to be the Luxie Zuxi Wonder play.
Tongjiabao swarm over this hillside. They have the high ground. It's very, very valuable here. Team Secret now only versus 2 against Bigatron. They've worked miracles in this spot before and actually find Kid here, but what more can they do? I mean, Zuxi getting dropped there. Tongjiabao, they just have complete oversight on the entirety of this next circle.
Yeah, it's so hard to play this one out. Luckily for Bigatron, the only saving grace for them at the moment is that Tongjiabao also can see Team Secret. Zuxi will be taken out by the player from Team Secret. Now it's just down to Luxie on his lonesome, playing along this ridge side. Has to drop a smoke here. Maybe he can get away, but he might just be walking into the sights of Sir.
Difficult position to leverage here. Nades up the top, and actually Bamboo gets taken down on top of the hill. DRS putting nades up into the sky. They are paying dividends. Luxie's still alive.
So now 18s remaining, 19 alive. Lon's just taking shots down this way. They are out of the circle though, so they will have to move back in again, which is the only issue. And Lons is just going to send himself down the hill. That is one safe way to do it. If you don't have a parachute, just use a US and make sure that airbag is fully pumped up. That's for sure.
Goodness me. Stays alive. No one quite managed to land the shots on. Look at the splits. Still towards the blue. Maybe look at to keep that high ground. But that is the difficulty, right, of holding that high ground. When it shifts away from you, you are going to have to fight your way down, and everybody's going to have you on broadside. DRS can put these nades up well.
I mean, this is a difficult position to play in for DRS. I think I saw something very similar from, I think it was Lord's team way back in the day, and this is what happens to you. You just get naded from the top side. Bamboo does go down, but not before he's done the damage, and at that 6th zone, it is gonna hurt. And most likely, you'll see another play from Enigma Galaxy go down to the play zone very soon, unless he can get that heal off, which I believe he did. Oh, DRS, sorry. Yeah, Nima now pulling his player back up again, but Lon's in a great spot.
Oh, nades around the corner, not quite finding the damage. Another nade up into the sky. Manhunt is going to take a couple of shots, a little bit of damage, but AJ runs right into the fire. Will burn down, and DRS are pinned in. It's a miracle necessary now, Blank. You said it was difficult to play, but it's getting harder and harder by the second. The fire is still there, and out goes Lons, looking for the shots towards Nima. Goes step into the fire a little bit. They might line up a little, just a tad, but Nima not going to let that phase and falls down. And Tongjiabao stay alive with 4 on the high ground.
I know, right? Maybe this is my Tongjiabao dream game that's coming through here.
Right.
We'll see if they do win this one out. That's my dream prediction, we'll put it that way. I believe that is BTR now out, but 9 points total, not bad at all. Genesis Dogma somehow managed to slip up towards top 6. I don't know how this has happened.
Hey, they're the best team in the tournament by the numbers right now, so, you know, why not? Why not? The Infinity have gone down. Not gone down yet either, though, so they do need to be a little bit worried. But Mala, hang on a minute. It's 1 versus 1. It's the top of the tables. It's the big dogs duking it out in the foothills. Got Tunny around the side. 1 versus 1 with Daybot, but he has information from his teammate Mela as well. That can be called on out around the foothills. Needs to get the weapon swap. Turns around and not quite finding the shots. It's close, but no cigar. Got Tunny staying alive.
I will say that God Tunny's a hard guy to go up against 1v1, and you just see like the top players in that fight. There's 180s, there's drop shots, there's everything. There's using elevation to your advantage. That's what makes a pro player so good. Now, Team Secret, I think that these guys deserve the win in this game versus Tongjiabao. Tongjiabao's had some serious footholds in terms of just positioning throughout this entire map. But Team Secret, they've come from Chumasera, they've had to adjust their drop spot. They've been playing marvelously at the moment, and now they just have to wait this one out for just a little bit longer, because Tongjiabao, they will have to come down.
Kotani taking shots towards Lons. I mean, that's bold, right? That's bold. Top 5 now found. 3 teams like to go down. Ooh, just a second, he gets the shot. What a guy. God Tunny is on a tear right now, and the shot's coming down through to Team Secret, tearing through. Their health bars there, Jumper looking to cook the nade out. Bamboo suppressing the corner, but takes the opportunity to peek on out. Ralph, there's the back angle as well, and Manhand falls. Tong Jiabao, it's all coming crashing down. Maybe just a little bit. 2 players down, and 3 players fall. Your dream might be denied. Bamboo is low. Jumper has the nade. It's looking good. A good cook. Oh, just needs to go a little bit longer. Finds on the back, and Bamboo falls. Team Secret wrested away from the high ground control.
Yeah, well, I'm totally okay with this. I think Team Secret should have definitely won this game regardless of what happens now. It's just 3 teams alive. God, Tunny, and Marshall. Goodness me. Can God Tunny do it? That's real. I always feel like he can when we get to situations, but I think Team Secret's got this one in the bag. Marshall gets a nice nade over the top, looking for another. He's practically covered by this position too.
He's going to have to move almost immediately, though. These reses can come through. They have a massive advantage in terms of numbers. God Tunny should have spotted this out. The grows are there for Marshall. Repositioning. I don't think he knows where God Tunny is. Do you kill him? Do you wait for him to do a little bit of damage and then pick him up? No. Well, God Tunny, either way, going to be left in a 1 versus, well, 4 now as they're back up. It's difficult, and yeah, there's no way that's working.
Yeah, I would have just killed him.
Team Secret, they take the chicken dinner, and they take it.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's an incredible chicken dinner from them. I think that there's so many things that went into this one. An adjustment, an early fight with Reject, coming across the top side, taking a very, very patient fight from BTR, understanding that you've been taking shots from Tong Jiabao at the same time. This is a 100% deserved win from Team Secret, no doubt about it. I really, really did like to see it. God Tunny always getting towards the end of the game as well. That guy is just a monster on his solo shenanigans. But I do think that, yeah, it was an interesting game, especially, like I said, you know, that part of Picardo with the hillside, with the elevations available, with so many spots to hide in, and especially when you get that one team up on high, that is the difficulty. But Tong Jiabao, they made so much noise, and they didn't get a lot done. You know, like there was a lot of noise, not a lot happening. And I think after a while in that situation, what happens is everyone looks towards it.
I think they got quite a few kills, though, in that game. I think they got a lot of points just from kills as people started to move on through, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Bigatron got a whole heap of kills themselves. You can see as they tried to push through, 6 kills on the board for Tong Jiabao before they finally got overwhelmed. It feels like that is their playstyle, right? Find a central position, allow the other teams to stop you from pushing in towards each other. Yeah, 11 kills towards the end there.
Yeah.
And then, in the end, just get overwhelmed, and it's just a little bit too much to bear. However, they're getting points for it, and they're doing very well over these last 2 games.
I will say one thing, because I know Kalaris will say that I'm really sinking my teeth into Tong Jiabao now, but I do agree, they had a good game here, and they got into a good position, and it feels like there's a lot more life from this team. So Kalaris, tell me what you think. I'm not sure, but I honestly think that Tong Jiabao, maybe a 16-place team now?
Maybe. Let's head back over.
Well, Kalaris, take it away.
I don't know. I mean, I will say, especially in this game, they had one of the strongest positions to eventually kind of play the odds, I think, with these circles, trying to move down if it kind of goes Picardo in the hills, if they need to deal with it. And, you know, I mean, they had a lot of kills. Maybe a little bit higher than a 16th place team, for sure, for this one. Yeah.
Well, what about Team Secret? The fact is, none of us got our predictions right, even remotely right. Even our predictions went head-to-head against each other. I will say this, though, Maxman, you let me down. I've never used you as your proxy for prediction ever again. But still, either way, I mean, that was rough for all of our predictions. Max's side.
Well, to be fair, like Team Secret just played their style right. And I need to say this, their hard edge style and opportunistic white rotation doesn't always work, but it worked this time. And you know what? It also worked in a huge game that allowed them to bounce back in the league play. I remember them being a little bit shaky, so they controlled the pockets fine. I think that is the key thing with this landscape. There's a lot of coin flip. Sometimes what you chose in phase 3 or 4 might just determine your fate. So, but they definitely played that one well. And TJB, I feel like we should at least compliment them for how they adjust their splits coming down from that northern side and use the plateau as well.
Yeah, and for TJB, I mean, obviously beyond like the result they had there, or how they played out, I guess I should say, fantastic to see them have now 2 matches in a row where they performed decently. We've been really worried about this team, and obviously Lone's going to be one of the guys that you have to really talk about here at the 986 damages, 5 eliminations, but it has been very rough for TJB as of late.
And let's play devil's advocate here for a moment as well. With the position that they had in this circle, and especially slowly coming down off these rocks, they have one of the strongest vantage points that you're ever going to have against a lobby like this, right? So they're constantly blasting on some people. I think that some of their kind of moves from platform to platform as they're coming down are a tiny bit reckless. They could have been a bit cleaner in terms of eliminating some of the threats that were on the way down, but all in all, this is a great opportunity for them to convert into some of those eliminations, and they do successfully.
Yeah, and for TJB, like, just to go back to this point really quickly, like, they were on the cusp of being knocked out of top 16. Like, they were nowhere near safe. Things were getting very scary for them, especially with how Bigatron been able to play, with how FaZe Clan been able to play as well. Very important to be able to bounce back in such a high-pressure situation, in my opinion. Anyways, okay, we'll move on.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to think how they did what they did, guys, because like they were that El Azhar team. They seems to be changing drop spots a little bit here and there, like across the maps, and they made it to the plateau in the likes of team being more close to that area. We've got like Stowett around Saint Martin, we've got Hacienda with 4 rivals there, and even Bigatron quite close, right around Graveyard and their Justice Split. So it might be what Max said before, how they changed their macro in Phase 1 to be a lot more center early on. That could be the reason why they worked out this time round, but it's not always the case. It's very landscape dependent, but for sure, like this time around, they did it well.
Yeah, well, as we obviously need to like think ahead into 3 more matches today, and obviously I want to remind you guys about what is happening for you to win. We talked about the fan favorite vote, how you guys can win by getting your vote. We also still have the treasure box happening, where you guys can watch within the esports center, watch over on YouTube, and if you're doing so, you're collecting currency that then you can use to unlock permanent items. Maxman's going to be flaunting his pan all over us, probably thrown it at us quite a few times when we're playing with them in some PUBG Mobile. Make sure you guys are checking it out for yourselves. But gentlemen, I mean, obviously we have Erangel to come up next year, right? We have our 3rd map of the day. We've seen, again, TJB bounce back, and I really want to hit that hard just because it's so important, as I mentioned before, to see teams who are struggling last week in the Super Weekend or struggling this week in league play to bounce back. You don't want to be that team that can't all of a sudden just switch it back on when you need to here. And right now, I want to see DRS do that. DRS is like, for me, bottom of the table, or they have the bottom of the table in our Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when you look at TJB and how they've played out these last couple of circles in these 2 games, they've been finding themselves good spots to be able to play those circles. They found themselves central spots. It didn't quite work out on the previous Erangel, but on this Miramar, it definitely did. Again, they had the best vantage point they possibly could do. But I think one thing to contrast this to, Jason, which I'm very excited about for these 2 games, is that the 2 victors of these games have been chasing these circles. They've been on the edge towards some of these last circles, and I think it's awesome to see Genesis Dogma as well as what we've just seen here from Team Secret as well, not have circle favor by any stretch of the imagination, constantly chasing the edge and sweeping teams to eliminate them on the edge. So I think I'm very happy to see that the lobby is developing in such a way where these teams can thrive and flourish.
Well, we are seeing here as well another little question for you guys in the chat. What's your best way? What is the best way to eliminate an enemy? A punch, a run over, a headshot? For me, something's missing there. Pan throw. That would be the best way to eliminate someone, for my opinion. But ladies and gentlemen, make sure you let us know in the chat. Let's see what you guys have to say about your favorite way to eliminate an enemy. In the meantime, though, we're going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we do have our 3rd match of the day ready to go.
For this flame path, we're going from Primals all the way up to just between hang on a minute. I don't think carpooling is a thing in PMGC. To the side, get to the tree. That's your cover.
Get over here!
And get your teammate involved.
I don't know. I feel like this is a painful situation if you're Satar. Let's see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. This guy's got the moves. He's got the moves, got the PMGC outfit. He looks clean. He's right up the top of the car.
I'm gonna need backup. Who's gonna go in now?
Magic Man himself, Satar. But in comes another player to try and what for, and this time, he's got a gun. Okay, yeah, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, dodging cars is one thing.
Hang on a minute.
Is that what
1v3 Nova. He's lying his weight. He's going to line it up, but he gets spotted out, and it is going to be the chicken dinner going the way of TJB somehow.
Oh, the holes in the floor, and they were surrounded, so well done to DXavier there to be able to make that one happen. Nova going versus Infinity. Actually, oh my goodness me!
Hang on a minute.
It's a 1v3!
1v3 Nova! My goodness me, Infinity, you've got to be happy with that one. A Lone Ranger out in the fields doing work for the Infinities as they stay alive. Nova get curtailed. Dealt with as Pika strikes, finally moving forward, but around the side, Logan looks to rain in, but no, he goes down. And now it's just Mela looking for a 1 versus 2 here against Deadeye's guys as they push in. Goes low, but gets the knock, goes around the edge, looks for the spray, but goes low. The weapon swap is good and is able to find the kills. It's Deadeye's guys going down. As Reject, you're just trying to push everyone, and I'm too sure about this, but they're fine! From the sidelines alongside Sarrel, they're gonna find 1, 2, 3. Good night, Deadeye's guys.
Money for themselves in the long run. AJ and Renee, they're looking for that second place for sure, and then try to work with it from there. Lift takes massive amounts of damage, but it's Jumper with the double. Sends this into a 2v2 now. DRS immediately, they scatter, looking for better positions. They go wide.
Important that Jimmy is there.
I mean, they get a team wipe, so they don't know there's anyone else in this building. They think it's finished, they think it's done. And already Jimmy finds one. There's another up top side. Looks for the other, and he will clean it up. Jimmy!
To seal the deal, the nade could be good here. Pop standing between him and the chicken dinner. Maybe look to reposition for the fight, but the nade dunks down, and it is Love to stand tall. The man, the myth, the legend. Sneaking in from the side. He can hear him, he knows where he is, and Manhunt just seems to be tunnel vision on the fact that he's across this little mound, has no clue, he's to his left, and it is
Oh my God!
He's lying his weight, he's gonna line it up, but he gets spotted out, and it is gonna be the chicken dinner going the way of TJB somehow! They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be falling on top. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no, Nima!
L already from the hand side here from Yasma Polyana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations.
Yeah, boy.
So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save it. The paraglider is using this, okay?
Mela, though, in a position to maybe receive. Yes, the open arms for AG in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me!
Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But it's the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guys. Straight through the window. Lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Pachinki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams the likes of Helicopter! Extend it more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
No! Split coming out from Split.
What happened?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our third match about to come up here back over onto Erangel. But I remind you guys once again about, well, Claris, who is our sponsor here at PMGC? I want to test your memory, test your brain.
I do believe that's OnePlus, Jason. Do you want me to pull up my OnePlus?
You can, and hopefully we can get you a 9 or a 9 Pro actually with its flagship performance. And well, now on the other one, he doesn't have it, but maybe if I did get one, I'd have immersive 120 Hz display and hypertech technology made specifically for me, the gamers, with the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. And maybe I could finally climb up the leaderboards. But let's be honest, I don't know if the phone can save me from how terrible I am at this game. But anyways, we have Erangel coming up next with Sanhok and Erangel once again. And, you know, it's almost coming into time to do predictions at some point. I hope you guys have been thinking hard about who you think will take this one. But before we actually fully jump into that, we got to... No, not yet. Not yet. No, we got to be talking about these two players.
Okay. I can control.
Yeah, okay, all right. I think you, High Boy, for me, as much as, you know, Zuxi's put up a lot of damage so far, when I watch you, High Boy, I feel like he's one of the guys that I feel like is doing big work on BTR. If you look back at the Erangel situation when they're pushing onto rejects in the warehouse, he's the guy that's constantly opening up those early knocks to be able to then open up the situation for BTR at the moment, now that they're back on the rise. And I want to see more from you, High Boy, man. He's good.
Yeah, I think they actually want to see a lot more from quite a few players at a Bigatron, and I feel like we've I want to see a little bit more out of Stalwart today. I mean, Action and Top, we got to see just really stand out when it came to yesterday, and I mean, Stalwart has been an insanely strong team, and I really think showing strength when it comes to Mongolia as a region, when we saw Zeus last year just come out of the gate swinging about all the teams, finishing third overall. But prediction time. Kalaris, Professor Tarzan went first last time, you went first the first time, so you know what this means? I'm going to go first. I got the Infinity. I'm sticking with Infinity the entire day because you know what? They've been pretty much the most consistent team out of everyone here in League Play or Super Weekend.
Yeah, you might say that they can produce infinities worth of wins because they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I'm going to go with Stalwart because the amount of damage they've been able to put up, especially Action. He was literally 4,000 damage ahead of Ed in second place. Like, come on. We got to go Stalwart.
All right, quickly, Tarzan.
Nigma Galaxy. Like, third game of both days before, they won. 15 elims, 12 elims.
Okay. Well, we'll see who's going to come out on top, not only in the match, but obviously in our little mini battle royale here on the analysis desk. Let's throw it on over to our commentators, though. For the first time today, it's Bled and Imperial.
Thank you for that, Jason. I always feel like we're missing out when it comes to these predictions, Imperium. So I'm gonna be the Jason of this particular two-man desk. Who are you picking?
Okay. Well, yesterday I blessed FaZe. In the two games we commentated, they got back-to-back chicken dinners. Today I'm going to bless DRS. The reason why is because I think they need a very strong result. They haven't had bad results today. 8 points in game 1, only 2 points in game 2. To me, they need to show up. I highlighted it yesterday, so I'm going to bless the Nepal side of DRS.
All right. They are getting a little bit of divine intervention in the form of Imperium. I was gonna go with DRS honestly, but then since you've picked them, I don't think it's fair. I'm gonna stick with FaZe again. I feel like
fair.
They had a great start yesterday, and I believe they're going to be able to recreate that here on Erangel, the third game of the final day of Super Weekend number 2. We've seen some ups, we've seen some downs. Speaking of downs, though, Cryptics, their team we've been a bit critical of, right, with the way they're approaching things. But a couple of good games here and there could completely turn things around.
Yes, but here's the thing. It can't just be, in my eyes, a couple of good games. It needs to be, to me, every single game, because even getting through to third Super Weekend isn't a guarantee with how they're playing right now. Because when you look at FaZe, when you look at BTR, and the fact that they're getting close to overtaking Nova, for example, that's going to make that third league week so much more difficult to qualify for. Because Nova, BTR, FaZe, they know they'll need that second Super Weekend. So for Cryptics, every single game is going to count. Every single game today.
Looking at a zone, I think I wouldn't say screwed them, but they are quite a distance away from where the circle is. It's going to completely encircle Sosnovka, so, you know, we could see another military base zone here. Sunan will get a knock and a quick finish onto Nigma Galaxy, who have been great thus far, but getting caught on the rotation and, of course, weaponry advantage clearly, firmly for 6-8, as all these teams are going to start to kind of rotate down south. Now, looking at the zone, which way do you think this one's going to go? Like, the odds say it is going to be military circle at the end of the game, but there is still a real chance it could, you know, sneakily go up maybe towards Milta, maybe towards, you know, the eastern side of Ferry Pier.
For sure, there is that possibility. With the amount of water that's in play on the south side, though, of Military Island, I really feel like it is going to be that base finish. And if that's the case, in the two we've had so far in the Super Weekend, they've both been won confidently by the side of Infinity. So I kind of am tempted to go, DRS maybe, but also Infinity, Military Island Circles is there for the taking. Nigma going for a very early rotation across the western bridge. It makes sense because they're able to directly divert to the left-hand side, and the Infinity aren't fully ready to bridge camp. I really appreciate this from the Minas side. Yes, one has been knocked, but I believe the other three will still stand tall.
Yeah, and I like the attempt coming in from you know, from the lads in Nigma Galaxy. Like you pointed out, Infinity were not ready enough. They hadn't really set up the roadblock. They hadn't really taken control of the bridge. Sure, Nigma Galaxy is a little unfortunate to lose one man there because they did lose one earlier to 6-8. And look at everyone else looking to cross on over. DRS are going to be very fortunate that none of these bullets are finding their mark. AJ will somehow escape unscathed. I'm a little surprised Genesis weren't able to take at least one member down from DRS, and they will continue forward where Infinity this time around are ready and waiting.
And I think a big part of why DRS got away with that initially is because they're all rotating as a unit, one by one behind each other. So that means there's less focus. As it happens, on the other side of the bridge, Stalwart are there waiting in the wings. Scry picks up a vehicle kill onto one of the members of DRS, followed by the second player going down. In the first Military Island game that we had a couple of days ago, we saw far less teams going for bridge rotations. I think maybe teams went, okay, nobody really went for bridge rotations in the first Military Island kind of game. This time around, it's going to be the same. No, that's not the way. You got to be aware that bridge rotations, unless it's within the first 2.5 to 3 minutes, are incredibly risky. You saw Infinity responding very quick to this phase one. You saw Genesis Dogma respond very quick to this phase one, and you saw Stalwart respond very quickly to this phase one. And although they've gotten away with it, the two teams who have rotated into the Military Island have both lost 2 players, right? That's a definitely overall a net mistake by DRS Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm sure if we do have zones towards the Military Island later on, this is a lesson, a harsh lesson learned a little late. As Tang Jiabao, of course, going to be going for their boat rotate. I like it. I like this little. Oh
my god!
I like this little porpoise boat they got here.
Is it a porpoise? Is it?
No,
it's a penguin.
No, it's not.
It's a blue penguin.
Okay. I thought it was a porpoise. So look at the head from behind.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's why I was more asking rather than like challenging at the time, but then it swung around on the camera. That's a lovely boat skin. Isn't that adorable? Absolutely adorable.
Wait till it gets riddled by bullets. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. In
Making me
There's no one on the coastline, no one watching out. But I like this early rotation from Tang Jiabao though. Right? We were talking about, you know, some of the early rotations are risky, but when you're going for an aquatic route, if you go in a little late, that's when you have a number of teams already, you know, on the bridge, on the cliffs, waiting to catch these sort of aquatic rotations. So a good call from Tang Jiabao.
It's a good call, but it's also quite risky on the eastern side, right? Because that phase one is is predominantly kind of hanging on to the eastern side of the military island. You've seen like the 2 players of DRS hang by that southeastern coastal line of the island. Stalwart, although they're not massively by the east, they are hovering by. It should work out for Tongja Bao, but I do see the risk. Whereas on the western side, there's nobody really camping the western side of the coastline in towards the military island. So it's going to be a lot more accessible for Reject on Ferry Pier to get a botation across to the military island. FaZe Clan rotating from South George down that western coastline to get a botation for possibly Primorsk. We'll have to wait and see. BTR have done what they've done previously in towards this military island circle, which is get to the coastline of the mainland, swim straight across, waste absolutely no time. They are in the center of the military island. I absolutely love that from BTR. And it's something that I believe they've improved on the most in this PMGC. Is their rotations, is their ability to time movements a lot quicker and adapt to what the lobby is showing up.
Especially with all the action being concentrated towards the bridges, right? No one's really going to be keeping an eye out in that their particular position. So yeah, I think you hit a nail on the head there. Definitely in a good spot. They have moved on in as well. Just going to be waiting out. In the meantime, like, we have Reject crossing over from Primorsk. This is where things would be risky, because usually 6 to 8, they like playing on the cliffs
Yes.
on the western side of Military Island, right? But they have opted to go for more of a just playing mainly spread in a 1-1-2 split, where they have a couple players down south. So I'm not too sure about this.
No, that makes sense, because that's what the Phase 1 circle kind of dictates, right? Because I highlighted it's more on the western side of the... It's more on the eastern side of the island. So, and there you go. Phase 2 shifts up and once again goes over to the east. So that's why I agreed with that positioning from 6 to 8. Because I think as much as you might pick up a kill or two onto a team rotating from Primorsk or Ferry Pier, you're losing sight of a much better rotation in Phase 2 onwards.
Tank Jabao caught out in the open. This is risky. It's a 4 versus 2, down to a 2v2. Oh, why have they done that, Imperium? That is
I don't want to say
disastrous.
I told them so, but I told them so.
I mean, technically, you didn't tell them. You told me, but
I speak to the players through you, I suppose.
All right. I'm the player whisperer, I guess. Sounds very disgusting in a way. And 4 rivals. One day they'll get that chicken dinner. But right now, off to a bit of a rough start. Daybot gets a free kill, and Genesis Dogma, after that initial, barrage of bullets to fight in direction of DRS, they have been very, very quiet. And I'm a little surprised at 4 rivals. They know Genesis Dogma like doing this. Maybe they assume they crossed on over to the bridge, perhaps, but still, that feels like just a big assumption from the side of 4 rivals, and yeah, they lose a man.
Cryptics, Rico Infinity, MS Chambori, Team Secret, and Down One. They're the teams outside of Genesis Dogma. Those are the teams that are still in the mainland. That western bridge is completely free. Absolutely completely free for the moment. With that Phase 2 shifting over to the east, one thing that it has done outside of putting pressure onto the teams who are on that kind of eastern side of the island is it's opened the door for that western bridge rotation. Yeah, okay, if 3 or 4 teams do it at the same time, you're going to have a bit of congestion, but for the most part, if it's open and the circle dictates it, kind of go for it. It makes sense. Timing is going to be perfect. I think it's a little bit too late for 4 rivals, but very easy for Cryptics, Rico, and MS Chambori.
With FaZe making the... Well, sure, for Rico Infinity and for Cryptics, they definitely have that option. For FaZe, though, they've opted to go for the aquatic route, and they are making their way down south. They have entered the zone. The problem is, look at the number of teams on the very bottom of the military island.
Yes.
We have Nigma Galaxy, a couple of them. Then we have DRS and 6 to 8 very close to each other. DRS could just even, and Tang Jabao as well. So the one thing which could go the way of FaZe here is the fact that those, 2-man squads would be too paranoid of letting the position being known, or they might be busy with each other. But still, it's a risky rotation coming in from FaZe. And I do wonder where they're going to alight from the boats.
Yeah, again, timing is so valuable in these kind of circles, and I think FaZe kind of recognize that where they're coming in quite late, so we're better off just landing on the very edge of the circle, whereas Reject, they're going for a much deeper rotation. And hey, that could also work out because they're not going anywhere near the land. They're like deep on the edge of the circle outside of the island. So this is very good from Reject. Good awareness coming on board. A few teams now starting to make their way towards that western coastline. Phase 3 has popped up and it's once again gone down towards the military island, which is good to see, of course. Hopefully we'll get a bit more of an overview of where that circle has shifted, and it has at least gone back over to the west, but it's stayed up north, and that trickle of water is in play.
Yeah, Genesis Dogma are in such a fantastic position, and that could just kind of screw Team Secret here. Genesis Dogma are going to be playing the bridge, though. They know heading on down south would be walking into the waiting arms of Stalwart Esports, as, well, Skitton just getting run over. Fidan is nearby. He's being very, very quiet. Davian?
No way. How do you know?
Seen him.
What?
No way. No one saw him. No one saw him. Fidan, you lucky rat. He lives.
Oh no, why are you shooting in the open?
Almost gets a knock. No, you didn't have to do that, Fidan. He was working so wonderfully for him, but then he gets a little too itchy with his trigger finger, and he gets punished for it. Meanwhile, a bit of a race for the bridge as Genesis Dogma potentially going up against Team Secret.
Please, Team Secret, come on. Don't do this to yourself. Why? Why are you taking the hard route? Why are you making it so difficult for yourself? Okay. They've created a little bit of a space as Genesis Dogma recognize that their positioning towards this mainland isn't really viable anymore. They're making the rotation. I think the timing makes sense, and they're going on the right side of the road outside the military island, which outside the bridge, should I say, which is on that right hand side. It's avoiding Stalwart quite nicely. They do have to be careful that they can still be third party by Team Secret. Cryptics are making their way close to the area as well on that western side. I really love 628 though. They've been so proactive on their movement. Every single circle they've adapted, they've rotated, they have the radio tower all to themselves, and this is clean movements from the Chinese side.
Yeah, Team Secret's position here though, it's going to be untenable in a bit, Imperium. That's what worries me.
Exactly.
Unless the zone just decides to say screw you to Logic and everyone else in the server and just heads up north. That would be insane if that does indeed take place, as BTR spawning phase in the distance, trying to make their way in. And for Genesis Dogma, I kind of thought they'd stick around on the bridge, but they decide to drop off on the side, 3 members, and that means they're getting peppered by Stalwart Esports. And bear in mind, Cryptics are hearing all this commotion. Although
He doesn't know that Booms is there.
Oh. This could easily go spiral out of control for Stalwart. As you said, there we go. Booms, you called it Imperium's cry. Will be knocked, and suddenly Stalwart Esports, they're in a rough spot here, from hunters to being the hunted. 2 players knocked down right now. And it's onto Top and Pika to make something of this. And they decide this is a 2v4 they did not want to take. And look at the zone. Genesis Dogma. This is huge for them.
Big.
Imperium. Not only do they repel the attack from Stalwart Esports, but they have control of that particular area. Now, unless Team Secret rain Hellfire from a top, which they're doing right now, if they can survive that, it could be huge, but it is looking unlikely. They don't have much cover.
Look at Kid! On top of the bridge! 0 trucks given on that one. Absolutely fantastic from Team Secret. And I think they made the best of what looked like a very tough situation with that one, and they recognize, okay, we are putting ourselves in a bit of a short-term benefit, long-term risk, and they played with that quite nicely. Nigma unfortunately go down. MS Chombori picks up a couple of extra kills. They've been very good in this kind of circle position, nicely on top of the high ground, and they haven't really been too spread out, so they've been able to deal with this kind of pressure for the time being as Infinity lay the shots, the bullets on the BTR.
Snade from Uzi. I think it lobbed it the right direction. Oh, fortunate for Luxy, explodes on the other side of the trunk. Never mind, Uzi will still find him. The M4 BTR, a couple of members knocked. this is a great opportunity for Infinity to move on in, but they're also aware of where MS John Burry are, so they're not going to get too over-eager, and MS John Burry going to use that opportunity to try and maybe steal a couple of kills away from the side of the Infinity. Team Secret, considering, you know, they were in such an untenable position earlier, they were coming in late into the zone, coming into the water, and they've left a couple of players on the bridge to provide some covering fire if Fredo wants to make landfall. So I love this approach coming in from this side, from Team Secret.
I don't love it, but I think they're making the best of it.
Of what they have,
yeah. And that's what I think makes them such a powerful team. They don't always make the best decision, but they're really committing to it, and they're turning it in as much of a favorable position as they can. FaZe went for a rotation on towards the western side, and they met the might of Down One Gaming. I gotta give a lot of props to Down One Gaming, because if you remember, I highlighted that they needed to start getting more aggressive. They needed to start getting more kills. They've done that very well in this Super Weekend, so I have to give them a lot of props. Their fight for the top 16 in towards the finals is still very much in their hands, but they're heading in a very good direction.
For sure, for sure. Even a few of the games which we were in cast, I was looking at the number of kills they have, and like 6 kills, 7 kills.
Yes, exactly.
Even though the placings aren't that great, and that's a big U-turn, and that could be something which could potentially catapult them straight up the table. That's Nisel. Lone surviving representative. He's being helped out by 4 rivals coming in from behind, and Team Secret are getting absolutely bloodied. Fredo in the waters should be finished up very quickly here by Rithal. And 4 rivals, yeah, they lost a player earlier on, but this is just the late rotations, Imperium. All the teams coming in late are just third-partying the team right ahead of them, and it seems like just a non-stop sequence of events.
Just kind of a couple of teams try a similar style, and they kind of catch each other out. Jensen's Dogma, Team Seeker, 4 rivals. The noticeable 3 teams pulling that off. MS Chambori, they gave them credit for their positioning, but between Infinity and a little bit of BTR, they got absolutely wiped out of this game. They are out of here. 9 teams left, 25 players. A circle did center down south in towards the mainland, so no water in play. Cryptics as a full squad are in a good spot, and as a team that need all of the strongest results, they're happy with the position they have.
Both the teams we picked have had a rough map though, but DRS and FaZe clan getting knocked out pretty early. FaZe not even a single kill for them. At least DRS have got a couple of consolation kills. Eliminations as Pika. Bit of an exchange. Stalwart actually, 3 players still there, and they're looking good. Shots, the last member. He tried to pull off the great escape here, but he's being hunted. Now, if he can isolate this fight real quickly and win this duel, there is a chance, but no, from behind, it's Uni! Damn One Gaming, they seem to be on a bit of a warpath.
Oh, God,
and they're looking for more. 7 kills so now. Good. As Tunny, he's still continuing to deliver the pain onto everyone downhill. Rico Infinity down to 1 member, and Damn One Gaming, even though they're not in a circle right now, they're in a fantastic position. But first, they need to neutralize Nisel, but the trade is immediate.
Look at that movement from Down One as a team. That's something we haven't really seen them from them so much in this PMGC, especially in the early stages. They looked clunky. They felt kind of separated. The nerves would have been getting to them, whereas now they're fluid, their movement, they're moving, they're reactionary, their pro activity is absolutely on point, and that awareness to third party is so clean. Again, like you said, they're not in the circle, but you can't deny what they're doing.
One team is definitely in the circle. Stalwart Esports, Top Action, Peak. I honestly felt like I think it was Action who got knocked down. I thought it was done for earlier towards the bridge, but somehow they've been able to get the res, which is so very impressive. And now a 3-man squad for Stalwart is always going to be gunning for the chicken dinner, always going to be very, very dangerous. Now with Appy getting knocked down, Penumbra, he knows Stalwart's are nearby. The res won't be taking place though, but it's going to be biding his time. He's all alone, so right now just going to be playing for the placement points, because if you look at his position on the minimap, he's trapped within Damn One, Stalwart, and Cryptics in the vicinity.
Uni takes a hell of a lot of damage. does end up getting knocked by action. One thing I love about Stalwart is that they peak on the other side of the road. So a little bit of anchor point allows the other two players to really focus on this north side of the road in a confident manner as a duo. They've come in to get the kill onto one of the down one players, and even the circle heads in their direction. Cryptics are still in this game as a full squad, the circle favoring them. Infinity, like I said at the start of this one, they won the previous two Military Island finished Erangel games. Will they make it 3 in a row?
That would be big. Still, a lot of heavy hitters alive in the zone here. 5 teams, but 14 alive. That's an average of almost 3 players per team here. As action will be rezzed. Pika trying to get the a bit of vengeance onto its Infinity, and Uzi should fall here? Okay, El Chapo not quite able to connect. And for Cryptics, I mean, they don't really have to take any fight right now, but hold on, Logan, he's gonna find the knock there and the quick finish, and this is a bit of a battle between Stalwart and Infinity. 2 versus 2 right now. The res can take place, no, it won't. Honey will be quickly finished off, though.
See how reactionary Infinity were? They got the knock onto action. And even though Uzi got knocked, they were like, okay, well, we still have the opportunity to push onto Pika because there's no backwards cover by Stalwart. They pushed in, got the kill on the Pika. They're inside the circle. That is really clean awareness from Infinity. And they deserve to be in this late game. They deserve to be in the circle just on that action alone. Incredible.
Cryptics who have barely made any play thus far. Chicken dinner, it's slowly drifting towards them. They should have this one. Pembro, sorry. He gets spotted. He was alive for so very long, but eventually he realized he had to evacuate that particular cover he had behind the buggy. And the moment was deployed, Stalwart Esports were very, very aware. Stalwart down to the 2-man squad. Of course, they will not be exercising any restraints. Still drilling into Damwon Gaming. Forest will be knocked, and Damwon Gaming down to just a 1-man. The explosion takes care of him, and Sung has a lot of work to do as Cryptics are going to be moving into his direction. Marshall leading the charge.
Next circle is about to pop up. You got 4 teams left up. Which way is it going to head towards? Marshall has to get back into the vehicle, throws the smoke, goes across the road, back over to his teammates to circle. Just shift up north. It's a little bit in the favor of the last player from Down One Gaming, but Stalwart, they're getting pushed by Infinity.
Oh, well, Down One Gaming, well, they're out. They're out, Imperium. You are cursed, my friend. Or rather, you're the deliverer of curses to these teams. Down to the final 3, 8 still alive. The res has taken place, but Top needs to patch himself up, which he will. Miller nearby. Cryptics, everything is aligning for them. They spread out a little thin. They of course have a couple of players towards the Wizard Tower. We have Marshall out on the sidelines, and I'm sure Stalwart and Infinity spotted Marshall make that transition in his vehicle, so they are aware and wary of Marshall's position. But now Infinity and Stalwart might have called it a bit of a temporary truce as they push on in towards the zone.
It's not worth Stalwart like pushing on top of the hill to overlook Infinity because they know that Cryptics will have their number, will have their awareness. So both Stalwart and Infinity are playing either side of the hill, which is more of a lower ground, which gives them a little bit more of a potential angle of cover. Logan, who was on the other side of the road, gets knocked by Cryptics. That continues to put the advantage into the Mina side from Morocco as they play it forward.
Marshall aware that he is being hunted. Oh, great nade! Action! He cooks it to perfection. With Marshall down, Cryptics, they need to try and consolidate their forces here. They know Stalwart is very close by. Danger is close. It's within breathing distance. Nades being lobbed in. Stalwart continue to press on ahead. No, just bandages remain for Top as well. So yeah, if he takes damage, is no way he's going to be able to patch himself up down to 50 HP already. So is Chapo. These nades, they're exploding so very close by. And in the distance, Mela, he's just enjoying the fireworks, Imperium.
He's waiting. The discipline is strong. Cryptics, you mentioned the word force. They need to use the force. They're going up against the might of Stalwart, the Darksiders of the PMGC, coming out of nowhere from Mongolia to perform very strongly so far. Seke opens the door.
Well, that should be it. Cryptics, they took out 2 of the danger people, and Top is on a sliver of HP, and a final bullet straight in his head will put him down to sleep permanently, at least for this particular game. And Cryptics incredibly played there. Even though, sure, the zone kept favoring them, even though they kept very, very quiet when it mattered the most in that 4 versus 2, even when they had like the 14 alive in that very, I think it was the 5th or 6th phase.
Yeah.
They were able to just hold on to their ground. I love the little rotation coming in from Marshall as well. So yeah, Cryptics, nothing too aggressive, nothing too incredible, but a well-deserved chicken dinner.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it wasn't the flashiest of games. Like you said, they didn't really make too much noise in the early to mid game. They stayed quiet, not too many eliminations to begin with. But I can honestly say probably the most important chicken dinner in the PMGC. This is a team fighting for the top 16. In day 1 of the Super Weekend, I believe they had 8 points in 5 games. They've had a torrid Enigma Galaxy level of Super Weekends so far. But that chicken dinner, it really should allow them to wipe away what's happened in the past and focus on the final 2 games and pick up another couple of strong performances.
Also, we got to give credit to Stalwart, right? Like, I mean, I think they ended at 14, 15 eliminations at the end of the game. So just incredible resilience from this team. And sure, they might not be on the tippity top when it comes to the leaderboard, but just it's not just the individual, just the way they're able to be composed and handle themselves under pressure. I feel it might just be the best in the entire, not just the region, amongst all the teams playing this tournament.
Yeah, you could be. Yeah, I don't think I could say that better myself. It's exciting. I'm really happy to see Cryptics get a result I kind of said they needed to, and they proved that. But carry on forward. You can't go into game 4 with a 0-point result. That's the one thing that I'm a little bit scared of with Cryptics.
Well, of course, we do have the panel to take over right now, gentlemen. You should have all picked Cryptics, right? We're getting out of English.
Easy for you to say, Bleh. Being on the caster desk, not having to make predictions. Well, you know what? At least Kalaris and I can high five as our teams got 2nd and 3rd place respectively. I'm not going to try to do it here at the virtual reality because you might... Oh, and he went for it. Now I feel bad. Now I'm the jerk who didn't go for it. And then our other pick of Enigma Galaxy not working out. But you know, it doesn't really matter about predictions. If you predict at the start of the game, you're literally just closing your eyes and randomly putting your finger on a team because it is almost virtually impossible to predict with any sort of accuracy of who's going to do well. Okay, Cloris, go ahead then.
But Jason,
all right.
Who got the most points in this game? All right, I decided to try for once. In my other games, it was just meme picks, Jason. It was just meme picks. But now, yeah, Cryptics might have got themselves the win. But 15 eliminations for Stalwart, who arguably are one of the best teams in the lobby, so it doesn't really matter too much. I you know, what a great prediction from me. Low-hanging fruit, it doesn't matter. I still win.
I don't know what to say about that. But hey, like, to be fair, they've done something amazing, right? Because yesterday was not quite, it's not even close. 5th game yesterday, Southern Island, they died at 16th with 0 eliminations. They've learned their lesson. They came into setup around the Eastern Bridge a lot quicker, and it just worked from there.
Yeah, and Cryptic's best match before coming into this match in particular was a 2nd place finish with 13 eliminations in round 9 of league play in week 1. Very, very long time ago. And Cars, I do like the sound there. 1145 damage, 7 eliminations as well coming in for Stalwart. And again, the thing for me about Stalwart is like my heart sometimes just breaks because we see them have these like amazing, consistent matches, and then we'll have like 2 days of Super Weekend like last week where they didn't show up, you know? So it's a little bit like confusing sometimes, but Stalwart, I think consistently are hitting these highs more often than almost any other team except maybe Infinity.
I think the impressive thing for me as well when it comes to Stalwart is that, you know, as much as, yes, every single building block in their roster right now is extremely impressive, Action was by far and away just taking the lead. But it really does feel like, especially in these last couple of games, Top is stepping up, especially this Super Weekend. Top is stepping up even more to say, hey, there are, you know, big names on this roster other than just Action just blowing away the lobby. So to see Top once again hitting another 4-digit damage game here, very cool stuff here to see.
And we can see Cryptics from that victory. They get up to 13th place overall within the Super Weekend at 70 points, Tarzan. But looking down the list, I mean, Rico Infinity Team, they were sitting a lot higher in our overall standings, so they're not too worried. Same with Reject, but DRS, I mean, I get a little bit worried for them, to be honest. I know they didn't do too bad in the overall Super Weekends. They were relatively high, actually. They were really consistent. They were in 10th place now at the start of the day at 167 points. But again, the thing is, right, we still need to see like certain teams requalify next week for them to ever be a threat. So right now, they're still okay. It's just about, you know, get out of this rut, pick up some points. It's all about league play next week is where it really matters.
Yeah, here's the thing though. The way that they got into the first Super Weekend wasn't really like safe as well. And after a little bit of a rough, I mean, we've still got, you know, a few games to go. But here's the thing, if they still can't bounce back, will that carry over to the league stage and repeat or even do worse than the first week? And that will be the worry. And I thought, hey, they are a little bit rigid. That's the comment towards them, right? They refuse to change and all this stuff. But we thought it's fine if they know how it can work with that particular style. Not really working right now. So there's still a few more things that they need to figure out.
Yeah, and I think that's something they can take their time to figure out at the moment. Like I feel like for a lot of teams, right, who are down towards like the lower parts, let's just say the teams outside of top 9, you qualify next Super Weekend, you're gonna make it. Like 99% sure confidence I can say that. And I think that's like your opportunity to really figure out like what can we improve on, what can we work on here, because if we're not top 9, we're not gonna make it into the grand finals, and that's what it's about right now for all these teams.
Yeah, it is. And for teams that I think I have concerns about, even though they're doing very well, I still have that weird... Go on.
Was that FaZe Clan on 2 points on the day?
I hope not.
Did I misread that? I mean, I need to go back and maybe check it, but...
No, there's no way. They've had at least 7 eliminations during round 12, so there's no way. There's no way.
Right.
Okay, maybe I just misread it. I miscaught it there. That was a little bit worrying for me. But no, it's not worrying for you guys at home. Is everything you can possibly get by watching just PMGC and participating in the fan favorite votes. But also, if you're watching within the Esports Center on YouTube, you get this currency you can use to unlock permanent items. And Max, again, he's ready to throw his pan at us when he gets that unlocked, and he's ready to punish us with it time and time again. But yeah, so FaZe Clan, I mean, we saw like the teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards. It's getting a little bit crunched there, right? The point difference is really not that high. And I think we actually are going to come into that final Super Weekend with a big battle for 16th, 15th place.
Yeah. Cryptics, obviously, this is a very important win for them to be able to get this on the board, considering where they're at right now. I mean, before this, what they had, I mean, maybe 34 points here throughout the weekend. So far, that's not that fantastic. A win here, especially against some of the big dogs towards the end in this lobby as well. STE, admittedly, Salwar, they were in a bit of a rough spot when they're going into those final moments. But for Cryptics to convert, yeah, you've got to get away from your FaZe Clans, your Bigatron Red Aliens here.
The thing is, right, like we talk about tendencies yesterday, that was one of the strongest Sanhok wins that we've seen from Star Wars. So, of course, they didn't win that one, but it's still a very good game after they've learned the right lesson from yesterday as well. So whether they can continue to steamroll, that might be the question, but I'm a bit worried for FaZe Clan because they were that team that, you know, moved away from boot camp. They were set up around boot camp to maybe punish Star Wars, but they were caught between some like fights with Rico Infinity yesterday. So after, you know, a day that's slightly rough, not as good as they want, it's time to figure out how to play this next match.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit disappointed as well in some things, not necessarily towards the points you're talking about, but maybe towards some of the viewers. We talked about your dream team for PUBG Mobile, and for all of you out there who didn't have Paraboy on your list, what are you doing? I mean, okay, maybe you're not a fan of him. You should be a fan of him. Maybe he's been one of our best players, even with Nova not performing well, but we have a new question, new topic for you guys at home. What's your favorite playstyle? Get aggressive or playing for placement points? Let us know your thoughts in chat. We're going to be checking them out, and we'll see you guys after a short break here for Sanhok as match 4.
NANI?! お前はもう死んでいる。
All right, well, we're into our fourth match. Just a few moments of time. It's Sanhok coming up, and we know exactly what's going to happen in Sanhok. We're going to have some heal-offs from some teams. Roof probably going to be looking in from the side for Enigma Galaxy, looking to spoil the chances of some of these teams. But again, a little bit sad to not have the likes of D Xavier here. I was a big fan of those early fights. Very well, I mean, pretty much right off the bat, and whenever the match did start here. But Sanhok, I mean, again, really interesting map, and I do enjoy the different kind of strategies some teams employ into it. But I believe yesterday we saw Stalwart just have a redonkulous match on it.
Yeah, I watched that back. Obviously, I was not with you guys on the broadcast yesterday, but I was definitely watching back the games. And we've seen similar situations to that in previous tournaments, Jason, right? Where you can control the side of those hills, especially those small towers that are on those side of those hills. And when you have those, especially in TPP, oh boy, are they insane as locations to be able to hold out your opponents on. So I think Stalwart, they are very mindful and very careful about which locations they're going to be taking here on Sanhok, which you have to be if you think that third parties are going to be rocking up on you here. And I think they have the golden key to be able to unlock Sanhok.
Golden key. Okay. That's a good sign. That's a good sign indeed. And we'll get into our predictions, and maybe you'll be backing some of that up when we do get to that time, if you maybe want to change your pick at some point. But the thing is, for me, Tarzan, I just want to quickly have you explain, just really fast for all the viewers out there, because obviously we have some viewers who are really good at the game. We have some viewers who aren't as good. You know, they're more casual. What is it about Sanhok that makes it so hard to be really consistent, but also to have really good performances on this map?
First off, is the size of the map, right? So you start with a huge density of teams wherever you go. So, and suddenly you just have these fights so much, earlier on. So if you lose players early, your game plan needs to just kind of change, and suddenly you just don't know how aggressive to rotate. And after all, there's still a lot of grass, a lot of rocks and stuff like that, and of course blue zone damage and all that stuff. But yes, essentially it all starts from the size of the map and the amounts of covers there is to offer.
I feel like we could probably talk actually for a very long time about that, probably longer than the match will actually last. But in the meantime, let's get our predictions in, because it is about time to kick off. I'm going to just start right off the bat. Infinity again. No, I'm not turning my back on these boys. Claris, who do you got?
He loves them. He loves them. I've already justified my pick. I'm going with Stalwart again.
As for me, the other SD, 628, I feel like they could do well from hard team.
Okay, well, we'll see which prediction will reign supreme. Maybe all three of us will go out right away. Or maybe all three of us will be top three. Who knows? Maybe we'll finally look smart on the desk for once here. But we obviously have our commentators to get to as well. And maybe it's time that Blend and Imperium give the prediction. Well, maybe not Imperium, because he did say he gave the blessing to DRS last game, and DRS went out instantly. He did it later on the match as well, and the team went out instantly. So maybe, Blend, you could do the prediction for him, as we'll throw it on over to our commentators here at Blend and Imperium to take us into match 4.
Well, okay. All right, Jason. I'll make it for Imperium here. Imperium, I'm so sorry. You have no say in this matter. I'm going to go with DRS for you again, because why the hell not?
You know what?
Yeah?
Joke is on you, my friend.
Because you would
have
gone with it?
is on you. You know why the joke is on you? Because DRS have been pretty good in Sanhok at times.
Okay.
So they're on 7 points per game in Sanhok, and that's their best map. So you know what? Yeah, joke's on you.
Okay, well, we shall find out if the curse of Imperium lives on this map. I'm gonna go with Stalwart. I agree with Kalaris. Like, looking at the way, how good they are on Sanhok, it's kind of ludicrous. Because everyone talks about Sanhok, they're like, yeah, it's an RNG map. It's too chaotic. You can't really, get consistent results on it. But Stalwart, they seem to kind of buck the trend and just kind of make their own rules here, as they're going to be dropping towards boot camp, and obviously everyone giving them a very wide berth. However, Tang Jabao are getting harassed by Cryptics, who might still be feeling a little full after that very recent chicken dinner.
The trades come out, but luckily for Cryptics, they're able to get a confirmation right off the bat that will instantly slow Tang Jabao down. They're in the corner of this Camp Charlie compound. So whichever way they go, they're going to be under a little bit more pressure from Cryptics. They can still turn it around, but I'm very happy to see this from Cryptics. Like I said, the confidence building off the back of the chicken dinner is very, very important for Cryptics, and their fight to stay alive in the top 16 and make it into the finals.
Yeah, and if this is the sort of like confidence going to be seeing from Cryptics, it would be incredible. You can see on the standings there, TJB, Tanjabao, just the one team right above Cryptics by a measly 18 points, as 4 rivals potentially having to go up against the Japanese side of Reject Divine. Knows Appy somewhere in the vicinity, but he needs to be careful because across the water there are a couple of members there as Tang Jabao are getting pushed here by Cryptics. I love this. Sure, they've lost El Chapo, but the trade is good and true from Marshall. I'm taking a bit of damage, a player getting knocked down as well. And Senkai is looking to finish off the third player for Tang Jabao. They're getting just obliterated by Cryptics, and this is lovely stuff coming out from them. Okay, they made that look so easy.
Very good from Cryptics. I think Tang Jabao alongside a little bit of a connection issue in some way, shape, or form. So clearly, it was always going to be an uphill battle in that situation for Tang Jabao. But again, I really want to isolate more heavily on the confidence that Cryptics showed in that team fight.
Because Cryptics didn't know, right? They didn't know that alongside.
No, exactly. That's the thing. And even though they were the first to suffer a knock, again, that instant response with a counter knock and a confirmed kill shows a bright light in what Cryptics can do in these games. 4 rivals, though, they're facing the pressure of Reject. Reject are known to land in the trifecta area. Wasn't going to be any different. 4 rivals might be biting off more than they could chew. Nades either side. Shots from Pembo does connect onto Lapis. I agree with Blank, by the way. I think Sarah should be playing more than Lapis in these games, but also respect that Reject feel a little bit comfortable in this Super Weekend standings and are wanting to have the likes of Lapis play to continue to gain and hold on to that experience as a full roster.
For sure. And yeah, Reject, you know, you look at the standings, that's 11th position, but look at the gap in the points. I'll get back to that because Top are getting challenged. FaZe, they're feeling feisty. They're looking to take the fight to Stalwart Esports and Bootcamp, and because of that, they will be punished. They lose a member. Scry's already outside of Bootcamp, providing eyes and covering fire as well for Stalwart. And FaZe now, well, Stalwart know exactly where they are. And if you know anything about Stalwart, they are potentially going to be going for the hunt, but FaZe decide, and I gotta say, it might be the right call to evacuate the premises and just run for the hills.
For FaZe and BTR, their target has always been, since the start of the Super Weekend in my eyes, to overtake Nova in the standings. With 2 games to go, FaZe are only 16 points away from overtaking Nova, and BTR are only 27 points away of overtaking Nova. That's very possible for these 2 sides. I know Sanhok can be a little bit RNG. They have the confidence, they have the ability to pull those points out of the bag and get the results needed. So I'm excited to see if they can do it because, again, coming into League Week 3, when you have FaZe, BTR, Nova, to an extent kind of Reject, but so many strong teams fighting for the top 16, like down at the bottom of the standings, it really shows how good of a standard this lobby is, all 20 teams. Who would have expected it coming into the start of PMGC to see these teams, giants of their regions, not necessarily struggling, but just being where they are, needing every single strong result? It makes the PMGC just so much more exciting this year, Blah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm just gonna say it, like, you know, come Wednesday, come the final couple of games remaining, it's gonna be heartbreak. It's going to be heartbreak for a couple of these teams. And I'm going to be feeling heartbroken for them as well. Because everyone here, I mean, sure, a couple of teams, you know, they had a better week 1. Some of them had a better week 2. But everyone has shown that, you know, they can hang with a majority of them, with all of them. Apart from maybe BC Swell. But, you know, apart from them, everyone else.
Let's see what happens for the time being. We haven't really talked so much about this phase on circle. It is predominantly on that northwest island. A good chunk of the water even towards northwest side of the map is in the vicinity. So we see a lot of teams committing to an early rotation, whether it's towards a trifecta, whether it's towards the northwest island to try and gain a bit of a stranglehold. Yes, it does pinch onto the mainland and the southwest island in this phase 1, but again, percentages say to all of these teams it's going to be a northwest island finish. We did see Genesis Dogma get a bit of a cheap kill on towards the members of Cryptics as they pushed their way into the edge of the circle. Team Secret following suit from the mainland side. Infinity are still in the mainland by Tatmok and Cow and Rico holding on to the coastal line of that mainland outside of their drop spot in Paradise Resort.
I am a bit, I wouldn't say worried, but
concerned?
Uzi kind of, he's stuck on around just north of Camp Bravo near Mongnai, while the rest of his team from the Infinity, they rotated towards the northern side of the island, you know, towards Tatmok and Cow, right? And they left Uzi behind. And I feel like that could be problematic because he's right now isolated by his lonesome. And if he has to go up against the entirety of the DRS squad, who are right alongside him, he could be in a bit of a pickle, but I do see him getting on his vehicle. So yeah, it looks like the danger has been averted. BTR, they spotted the members of Reject. They didn't take any shots. Instead, they've quietly managed to make their way in, but they have now been spotted. We will get back to that though. His face looking to get a little bit of vengeance onto its stalwart. He gets the knock, but not quite able to get the confirmation.
Pika is still on that mainland side, so information will be given over to the fact that FaZe are waiting by that coastline. Pika will not be making a move for the time being. Scry picks up the knock on the BR11. Good return fire. You could argue that's kind of 2-1, if anything 2-0. The Stalwart in this little battle against FaZe Clan in Sanhok. Also got to think about the fact that a couple of other teams are going to be rotating close by as Phase 2 pops up. It does centralize quite nicely once again towards that northwest island. Takes a good chunk of the water away. Opens up the western coastal line of that northwest island for the likes of DRS with that botation to swing on through. And it allows the likes of Down One Gaming to hover around that bridge side as their position down on the southwest island is still in this circle. This is a little bit of a slower paced Sanhok game, and I think we're starting to see a good few of these teams adapt and learn about how the flow of the map works and how other teams are rotating around each other. It's not like they're not looking for fights. I just think they're being a little bit more aware, and it's making for some obviously very interesting and important fights later on in the game.
Oh, Genesis Dogma just completely decimate almost the entirety of Secret. I take that back. They actually decimate the entirety of Secret. Not almost, but everyone. They made it look, they barely took any damage, Imperium. They bought like maybe 20 points of health chunked away. That's it.
Insane. And fun fact for you, Genesis Dogma, Sanhok is their best map so far in this Super Weekend. I know we've only had 2 Sanhok games compared to 3 for Miramar and what is now 8 for Erangel, but Sanhok has been their strongest map. They've got an average of 13.5 points per game. It's not like Erangel and Miramar are weak for them. 12.6 for Erangel, 10.7 for Miramar. Hell, it's what's made them so damn strong and dominating across the second Super Weekend is that they showed up on every single map. But it is an interesting stat considering they're one of the teams that are slower to rotate in these Sanhok circles. They know how to move in. They know when they need to be aggressive, and they're punishing teams for that, as we saw in the Team Secret.
You know, I'm just keeping an eye on DRS and how they're making their way in. It's risky, man, but somehow they've been able to skirt around all these players. Like I thought, you know, Infinity would spot them. For those of you wondering what we're talking about, DRS have gotten onto a boat and are rotating. They rotated from, I believe, from Mongnai all the way up north, and they might be entering the zone in from Camp Alpha. So that's a huge, risky rotation. And speaking of risky, Daybot out in the open, and MR5 will punish him for it, getting the knock. That's the top. A bit of just some suppressing fire, able to head on in and get the res. Now, though, they are aware. I like the small little things there. Satar just closing the door before it goes to the res as well. Always careful, always paranoid, and these are the small little small little nuances in the way these players approach the game, which for me separates them from the rest, you know, separates them from the majority of the competition around the world, because these are the best of the best.
I do want to say about DRS's rotation is that I think idealistically it was a little bit late on that phase one. I would like to see them execute it a little bit earlier. I think they benefited from the phase two continuing to hang around that eastern side of the Northwest Island and even the mainland of the Southwest Island. So, like I said, when the circle shifted, it allows the western side of that Northwest Island to be utilized. But again, idealistically, without knowing where that phase two was going to shift, I would like to have seen a little bit of an earlier rotation come out from DRS. The next circle pops up and it continues to shift up the northwest. This is 9 billion% Northwest Island finish. MS Jambori, they're going to be very, very happy with their current position.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And they have, I wouldn't say lucky, but every time we've seen the circle in this fashion, because considering where they like to drop, they have been blessed with the zone and they've always made it work for them. This time, though, DRS entering from Camp Alpha.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, they're going to be aware of the potential. There's always potential of someone sneaking in from behind, but I feel like that could catch them by surprise. And that could maybe be the big factor which could kind of ruin MS John Burry's day.
Yeah, it's definitely an element. That's why they have a really good 4-man spread for the time being. Rico go for the rotation across from the mainland over the bridge into Hating. Made sense, and I appreciate it. They did lose a player as 628 were waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Yu Yang pushes across the road. SK Tun can do nothing other than run away and try and get to the safety of his teammate.
33Z. Okay, Yu Yang clearing out the interiors, telling him there's no one there as they continue to press on ahead to 628. A lot of belief in his team, particularly from Tarzan. Let's see if they're able to make it clicked up. Prestigo out in the open. Oh, that's such a quick reaction. And now he's got to patch himself up. And unfortunately, while that's happening, the rest of his teammates might be getting pushed. No, Yu Yang's going to take a little bit of a breather to patch himself up as well. But SK Ton is getting pressure here. Fidan should be finished off real quickly. No. Daoshi, meanwhile, trying to hunt up Prestigo, who's still patching himself up. I think he got hit, knocked down once more. So Rico Infinity, there we go. He will finally fall. Perfect nade from 33Z. Maybe a little bit of overkill as Rico Infinity, SK Ton, final member. They know where he is. And like a pack of wolves, they're just going to come pushing on in from different directions. 33Z doing a great job dodging the smokes, and through the little gap in that grill, they will finish off Rico Infinity. A very, very convincing wipe coming in as Cryptics. Okay, I love this Cryptics. I really like this Cryptics.
This is good for Cryptics. 4 kills so far, still 3 players up, although one does get knocked down. El Chapo on his knees from Genesis Dogma on the other side. We do see one of the Genesis Dogma players push a little bit too aggressively towards Reject's compound, and he got punished, so we see Genesis down to 3 as well, but both Cryptics and Genesis Dogma have 5 kills apiece with 628 on 4. Just the little things of how 628 played that team fight onto Rico was so clean. 33Z taking a couple of shots towards the rock, which he knew Prestigio was on. He knew those shots weren't going to connect, but it was suppressing fire shots, stopping Prestigio from peeking on the other side, so that when 33Z then turned around and pushed towards a building, he knew his teammate was cooking an aid, and that allowed him to push into the building without being backstabbed. Those simple things make such a big difference.
In the meantime, my pick has been eliminated. I should stop making predictions. FaZe Clan are out. Imperium, I thought he would survive. Venturas being sneaky in the water.
That's what you get.
Shut up. Shush. You know what? DRS actually want to win this. I'm looking at a position. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, exactly. Full
like
squad.
We
Still
all
alive.
have to deal. We all have to deal with you then, Imperium, for the duration of the day. It's got to be insufferable. But Divine pushing in as Genesis Dogma. Wait, did he not spawn him? Well, anyway, it's going to be a confirmed kill eventually. And here we go. BTR. MS Chonburi, it's almost like I'm getting a sense of deja vu. The number of kills and even a chicken dinner they got from his very same position just a few days back. And Ponzai, maybe he did whiff that a little bit. There was definitely... He should have definitely got at least one knock. Instead, he whittles away Ryzen and Zuxi to very low HP, but they reply back with a perfectly placed HE, and now BTR. It's a bit of an uphill battle, but they're more than capable, Imperium.
I think that was a little bit of a slow reaction from MS Chumbari based on the circle shift. I'm not saying they absolutely knew that BTR were rotating up that side, but I think with how BTR have played these kind of circles in past Sanhok games, it would have been a little bit of a calculated idea if they had predicted it. And again, just a circle shifting up. I think they should have had more than Ponzai there anyway, as it was. The spread they had in the earlier phases worked. This time around, they need to group up. They do. Luxi gets knocked by NC2. This is MS Chonburi riding high. U-High is knocked down.
Great work coming in from MS Chonburi. Player getting knocked down, but able to repel the attack from BTR, who now down to... They're still a 3-man squad, but they do have one member knocked down, and they're not in a very comfortable spot. As Reject, they continue to hunt down 4 rivals. The nade won't quite find its mark, but a look at Rage is moving in like a SWAT team. This Japanese side are going to group up, but that nade, is it on them? No, it's not. Okay, they're good. The rest is going to be coming in from Lapis. 4 Lapis rather, and that's actually going to provide 4 rivals an opportunity to try and maybe find some cover, but there's no cover nearby. But the bullets are so clean, the shots from Stone, and is going to finish off the job, and they're doing a fantastic job gatekeeping Reject, who now from being the hunters, kind of the hunted, and they're getting pressed here by the bullets, by the blue, and they're getting knocked down one by one. And Reject, oh, it's gone so very wrong. Divine has a lot of work to do. Stone comes around the corner.
What?
He gets taken down, but in the end, it's the 1v1. Oh,
Divine!
What? Divine, despite all the odds, somehow manages to clutch it out and knock out 4 rivals from the server. I can't believe he pulled that off.
I love Reject so much. They're so exciting to watch. Whether it's Rayoso clutching up against BTR, whether it's Divine clutching up against 4 rivals. This is why the experience they've gained is so valuable over the last year and a half. Very good indeed turnaround for Divine. He will die to the blue in the end, but the hero for a side of Warriors fight towards the end as he's eliminated. Cryptics go down as well, but still 7 points. I kind of give a little bit of a W to Cryptics off the back of that chicken dinner. They didn't go down with 0 points.
That's Chonburi, though, from a great position. They're down to just the 1 man. This rotation has been very, very bloody for them. And again, remember, on their tail, there is Damwon Gaming making their way up. And here we have Nigma Galaxy potentially looking to ruin your prediction here. Jasper, though, he's not going to go down without a fight. Great nade to find Forrest. And Uni, the last man standing for the side of the South Koreans. He needs to find his way into the zone. DRS, they're duking it out in the blue, taking bullets from Nigma Galaxy. At least the reply has taken place. They have managed to take care of the present danger for the time being. And this might provide them a little bit of respite for the side of DRS. They have all 4 still alive, and they're all now in the zone. Uni will fall, and with that, Damwon Gaming are out of here. Starwood Esports, 8 kills, 3 alive. I'm smelling it.
Yeah, indeed. I also like to see what 628 can do. They have the only compound inside this circle. DRS, they recognize that, okay, they're outside of it, so they need to start making some noise and try and carve some kind of entry point in this circle. Infinity down to 2. They've looked good, but they need to continue to stay strong as Nima pushes forward. The third party come in. That's a lovely play by Logan.
Logan having to confirm the kill as well, and he will do so. So that's huge. Able to at least take down AJ with them. And 628, as you pointed out, 2-man squad. Oh, this nade. This could be big. Miller, does he have any idea? Does he have a clue? Doesn't seem like it, but he's still unaware. And the nade won't find him. And it's a great find onto top. Fantastic stuff. Finally, making Stalwart Esports lose a member down to a 2-man squad, and Mela out in the blue, still duking it out.
Oh no.
And I don't know how he's not getting shot at. Scry will fall in action. The last man standing for the side.
Too late!
He's out. Mela's down. The play zone finds him. Unfortunate. Valiant stand. Last stand coming in there from Mela, but Infinity are no more. 5 teams. Only 8 players alive, however.
I believe Nigma are healing up in the blue as our Genesis Dogma. That's going to be Stalwart are eliminated and DRS, they're still alive.
2v2v2 for the time being. Of course, we have Nigma Galaxy. I'm not sure who it is. I think it's Rolf. I could be wrong. But he's not even on our maps.
No,
he's somewhere
Modi.
far away.
It's Modi.
All right, there we go.
Oh,
there we go,
Lord. Apologies.
It's Lord. He's got 4 more kits. I don't know. Oh, that got close. 4 kits, doable. Nicel as well, trying to make his way in. This is very messy. And DRS against 6-8. Stalwart Esports falls by the wayside. And this is interesting. 6-8 though. They have cover, but DRS, they have to snake. They have to drop on their belly and crawl up. But I love this from Yu Yang. Daoshi is trying to attract all the attention onto him, and Yu Yang, like a viper in the grass, he's gonna strike.
Heroes have the low ground. That can work in their favor as they wrap around. That's why Galzin is going on towards that side. And Daoshi, you called it, he's trying to make a bit of noise, use that rock as cover as Mafia and Ninja looks to try and target him.
Closing up. Galzin, oh, they have no idea where Yu Yang is. They're so hyper-focused on Daoshi.
Yeah.
Tunnel vision, and Daoshi is being the perfect bait. But eventually one of his nades could find him, and that could leave Yu Yang in a 1v2. Now, Yu Yang has a very good idea where Galzin is. There's a bit of a bush between the two of them, and that could allow him the opportunity to snake on across. And look at him move like a sidewinder. He's coming in from behind. They have no idea. Galzin, his days are numbered. The question is Yu Yang going to wait? No, he's not. He's going to immediately strike. And look at Daoshi now immediately evacuate the premises just behind the rock, moving in for the kill. They're running. Mafia Ninja lies in wait. He's not able to find the knock. Now see, he finds one, but the trade is immediate. Brilliantly played by 6-8. And Tarzan, he got it right.
He did get it right. I think we all did pretty well with the predictions. Stalwart had a good game. DRS had a good game. 6-8 coming out on top with that win, and you kind of made big light about at the very end. That wraparound by Yu Yang on the low ground, while Daoshi was a huge distraction point, was absolutely perfect. At that point in the game, DRS knew that it was just basically 2 players left up, and they should have recognized that it was of the same team. I understand why they did focus on Daoshi, but you gotta be aware around you. In no way, shape, or form did Galzin look to the side for another player. It was kind of very tunnel vision from DRS, but very clean execution from 6-8. One of the kind of cleanest finishes in this kind of situation we've seen in the PMGC so far, and a deserved win from 6-8.
Yeah, I felt like we could have a lot of good things to say about a lot of these teams, right? Like we saw 6-8 obviously getting a chicken dinner. Stalwart Esports again, they came very, very close, battling out in the blue as well. And with Sean Murray, a little unfortunate. They were in a great spot, but in the rotation they just got peppered by felt like 3 or 4 teams simultaneously.
It was just overall, and it started in that phase 3, I think, where they were a little bit slow to react to BTR, and that put them on the back foot. We're down 1 gaming wrapped around them, and then obviously the circle shifting up north didn't help their ability to control from the mountainside, but I still think it was over a little bit slow from MS Chambari. That's why we saw them getting drowned out towards the end.
Well, that's enough from us. We of course have 1 more game remaining, but before that we have the analyst desk with Jason Kaplan and the boys to break everything down.
Jason Kaplan. I don't know why you say my last name weird, but I like the way you say it. And I have to give credit to pretty much every talent out there with their predictions, bar Imperium. Everyone doing pretty damn good with their predictions. Imperium didn't give a prediction just because he didn't want to play in the game this time. So Blood had to give him one for him and actually gave him DRS. But Tarzan getting the 6-8 correct. That is 2 on the day. You are...
Thank you.
You're doing pretty good. Let's just say that.
Thank you. They are doing pretty good, but I think it's mostly the circle as well. I mean, we are back to the infamous Northwestern Circle finish, guys, and it's a lot of question marks sometimes when it comes to how to set up around it, right, James? We talked about it through the mid game and how MS Trinbury could have a better game, I'd say, but it's not down to those.
Yeah, up on the hills, obviously, there's a lot of tendencies to split 1-1-1-1 and control every single angle, right? But some of those points later on in the game, you've got to know that eventually somebody's going to be coming up on that hill, and you need to group up and kind of hold that off. So yeah, it could have been better for them. Actually, fully enough, Jason, now that you talk about the predictions and us doing so well, has there ever been a time that 4 talent got 1, 2, 3, 4 in a game? This is ridiculous. Us and Blair, we did amazing. Whoa.
Yeah, we did all right.
That's true.
It would have been cool if it was 5, if Imperium gave his prediction, but
True.
That's not fair. I can't be mean to him when he's not here to defend himself. Top, yeah, again, MVP. If I were to do the predictions of who's the MVP at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure we know who you'd both be picking. Let's be honest. But again, like Solid Esports showing that they are an insanely strong team, and it's really hard for teams to go up against them and compete. I think, as we were discussing and listening to you talk about, like the only way there with the position style where it was in up against 628 were able to get into the zone is if DRS was able to pull off a distraction big enough. But they were just stuck behind the tree, nowhere to go.
Definitely. It's one of the hardest locations to play in Sanhok. If you're coming off of this mountainous area and having to go down on towards a compound like that location, there are no dips. You have very limited rocks to run to. You have very limited trees to run to, right, Tarzan? It's one of the most open areas to try and traverse in all of Sanhok.
Yeah, I think it's also important to talk about how Starwood got there in the first place. They are that bootcamp team that kind of just get pinched from the outside, but they took that fine. The crossing could be scary, knowing it's a pretty saturated northwestern island, sorry. So STE, that can be their 628, but also MS Trinbury. So what did they do that allowed them to get all these elimination points and also found a spot on that high hill? We may have to go back and see how they've done that, but I also actually want to give a shout out to Cryptics, right? Like they go back to Chem Charlie, that hot drop again against TJB, and they won it again after the first day of the Super Weekend.
I mean, maybe I shouldn't do this, but I will put the asterisk there. There was definitely like a disconnect out of one player or something out of TJB because he was just standing doing nothing. So obviously they did get the victory. Not going to deny that, but it definitely did change. It was a little bit different to not have all 4 players there participate in that one. But I also want to give a shout to Genesis Dogma. They've actually broken the record so far here in Super Weekend of most points accumulated. We had Infinity last week at 155. Genesis Dogma was at 123, and now they're sitting at 168 so far this week. But also credit to the Infinity at 140, being consistent as ever. And maybe they'll pull off a chicken dinner here to get to 155 yet again, though that would be impossible because they would have to basically have 0 eliminations. But anyways, it is Erangel coming up next, and you guys at home, you let us know about your most aggressive play style and what the style you enjoy the most. And funny enough, you guys said you enjoy just watching the analysis desk. So you know what? Credit to you guys. I have another question for you though. Which player will have the most elims at the end of the day? Now this one, well, I feel like spoiled a little bit. I feel like everyone's out there is going to be guessing top now for what we see out of the MVPs. But let us know who you think is going to be the MVP in terms of eliminations. It's a shame that Paraboy's not here to take that title this week.
Yeah, even when this team's not doing that well, somehow he still does all the damage. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Go ahead, Tarzan, real quick.
Just real quick, just thinking about the prep that they're doing, I'm really looking forward to Nova coming back in the league play.
Oh yeah, I think we all are. I mean, it's a replication of what happened last year, and they went on to win the whole shebang, but we still have weeks to go before we get into that. We still have a break to go before we can head to the final match and close the final chapter here on our second Super Weekend. So we'll see you guys soon.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, just as fast as that, you guys blinked. You guys went up and got something to drink. Maybe you made yourself a delicious smoothie with some strawberries, some blueberries. Who knows what's going to be in your smoothie, but I got one right next to me, and it's ready to be enjoyed while watching this final match of the day as we're going to be heading over to Erangel. But this is, more importantly, the final match of the second Super Weekend. And this is a little bit worrisome for some teams. Again, Cryptic's able to at least step up, as you did mention, Tarzan there towards the end. Tong Jiao Bao is able to at least perform a bit better today. But I feel like if you're any of these teams here, you got to start scraping together some points. There is a major threat that FaZe Clan, Bigatron, even Damwon right now could surpass you and knock you out of top 16.
I think it's about mentality that we're talking about here as well. Teams may need to think, hey, this is the last game, let's go out with a bang, right? We have no pressure, no nothing. So that could be very good for them, but some of them may be a bit scared, right? If we don't make this work, we'll be stuck with this result for the rest of the week until we come back again, or we may not even do that. So I think it's a mental game right now in this last game, guys.
Yeah, I can understand that too, right? If you end on a good note going into league play, which again we have tomorrow off and we'll be back on Tuesday, it's a good way to get into league play, to get yourself feeling better about the day off and obviously the work you're going to need to do, and obviously requalifying once again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you mentioned FaZe before. They were one of the teams that obviously I came in with high hopes for this Super Weekend, and they've done well, but today has been a bit of a disappointment, right? I mean, they got themselves I think 12 kills, 3 placement points. It's just not what you really want here. Likewise, Reject and Rico Infinity team not really doing the best either. At least though, we've seen STE and STE doing very well for themselves. Thankfully for 628, of course, they got themselves the Tarzan blessing in this one, and the circles fell their way quite nicely to be able to get themselves this spot.
I mean, speaking of the Tarzan blessing, Clark, so you're going to need to get your blessing, and you're going to need to think about who you want to predict so we can make sure to get what you say with what we see on screen properly as we take a look at most throws used. I was actually a little bit sad for Mello there at the very end. I was hoping for a little bit more. I think he went for like a long-range shot up against... I don't remember who it was in particular, but it didn't work out in the end for him not able to actually click the shots, and then the heal off as well. Healed a little bit too late. But again, Infinity are still performing well. They're still being as consistent as ever. DRS, though, I feel like we need the Bled blessing, the double Bs on them, because he predicted them for Imperium, and hey, they did pretty damn well.
Do it. I think just do it. Like, someone need to choose DRS for him again, but he was not wrong. Like, I think they have been relying on a very specific style on Sanhok that worked out for them. I mean, this is the last game now, and but then we will have no Sanhok for the league play. So if that's their strongest map, that is going to be quite scary if I'm anyone who supports them, to say the least.
Well, scary for me is really about one team in particular, because again, week 1 really surprised us. They really showed their improvement over the last year when they were known as Blue Bees. Rejects. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these last 2 days, they've just kind of disappeared a little bit. I mean, at the start of the day, Reject had 46 points, so they weren't at the bottom of the table, but they weren't even remotely near the top. They're more towards the lower half of the bottom of the table. So technically, yeah, towards the bottom of the table. I guess that's what I'm just really going for here. But a team who was so consistent on Miramar, a team that was able to pick up some amazing eliminations. We then started to question some communication going into yesterday and some of the matches we've seen. This team for me has kind of fallen off, and it's kind of reminiscent for me about last year at PMGC with Bluebees, who did well in the beginning and they fell off as the weeks went on.
At least a few kills coming in here and there, right? From Sanhok, which is quite nice, even a clutch moment there that we're able to watch throughout that previous game. But yeah, I think sometimes it's difficult for the Japanese region to keep up, especially in these long form tournaments as well, because they're just generally a region that's not that well known for the top caliber of teams, especially in the East as a whole. So yeah, it is difficult to keep up with some of these amazing teams across the board.
Yeah, sometimes about them having such a banger of a week across that particular map, that it sets the bar for everyone to expect them to hit that again. So, like, after all, if you look at point per game and whatnot across Super Weekend, they are arguably still doing better than we expected them to be. But right now, it's about looking forward, right? Like, so there's a lot of work to be done, and we're down to that last game. It would be nice if we can see them shine.
Yeah, I think for them in particular, just requalify the Super Weekend. You're going to be safe to make it into the finals, and then you can use those 15 matches and over those 3 days to really like hone in and fix what's going wrong to lead up into the finals. Before we do though, hop into that final match, remind you guys once again that OnePlus is our sponsor here at PMGC with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards. And please, OnePlus, you got to help me out here. I got Tarzan and Kalaris just bragging about their OnePluses all the time while we're watching the matches.
Come on.
Come on, yeah, help me out. But anyways, guys, we move on forward.
One.
Is there another team you're looking at here that you want to see step up a bit? I mean, I'm still looking down like the results we've had, and Rico Infinity team is another team that kind of tapered off. They were actually like towards the top of the middle of the pack, I'd say, at 124 points. You do have an answer. Let's hear it.
I have an answer. I still, where is this 4 Rivals win, man? Where is it?
Sure.
Like, it's just, The thing is that watching 4 Rivals throughout this tournament has been great. They are doing really well right now. But if you look at the very top of the tables in the overall standings, they are so high up without a chicken dinner. That speaks massive volumes about what this team can do. But if they round out chicken dinners, if they are able to convert some of those podium finishes to chicken dinners, they could literally be #1 in the entire lobby, Jason.
It is very tricky. I think you need to ask, is it because they couldn't withstand late game pressure, or was their particular style allowing themselves to actually get points but hard to finish, like at being first? I think that is a harder question to answer, but we did see a lot of good attempts in controlling pockets and all that stuff, and I actually just feel like Max was like, this is the last match, like why is it related to me again towards this last bit? But yeah, I think I'm with him in that we want 4 Rivals to do well, but I don't think it's close enough for me to predict that they are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. And I'm thinking like broader spectrum here for the team. Yeah, they can get, top 3. They can perform really well and get themselves in a good position to make it into our finals, or grand finals, I should say.
Yeah.
But what I'm worried about is if they can't close out matches, if they can't win matches, I don't see them taking the #1 spot, the title of the best team in the world. I mean, yeah, they might be top 5. But I feel like closing out matches is just as important as being able to get eliminations here if you want to be that #1 team.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what they've done so far. I mean, this Super Weekend, right, they've had 3 second places and 2 third places, which is already plenty of podium finishes. You go back to the previous week as well, 3 second places, a third place, and 2 fourth places. There's something that is there right now, a tangible something that is not allowing them to perform when it matters right at the very end. And when we do see them overcome, I think once they get 1 chicken dinner, I think we'll see a spurt of chicken dinner. Legit, I think we'll see a spurt of chicken dinners from there, because they've kind of overcome that hump that they've currently found themselves here in this tournament.
I mean, that goes into maybe mental blocks, which Tarzan, you could probably talk about here for them.
For who again? Sorry,
4 Rivals.
I just cried. 4 Rivals. Okay, because yeah, like Kalaris was right. I was actually doing the same thing. I was so zoomed out to think what have they actually done that has worked or not worked, right? I think there's something about how they rotate out of maybe Rozhok and Watertown region, and that allowed them to maybe thread the needle amongst all these teams that like Pachinki and School, but then they don't really take a fight maybe before phase 3 or 4. And I actually feel like they have the gun skill to maybe make a statement before that phase of the game, to maybe use that as a great momentum. But right now they are playing that more classical style of, we're going to stabilize early game, we're not going to go too far to have high risk, but maybe that is that one thing that can really switch them on, and it's really down to the team objective and what they want to focus on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Well, let's get predictions in then really quickly. I'm going to start things off because you know what? I'm the host. I can do that. Guess what, guys? Guess my prediction. Oh, yeah. It's Infinity again, because why would I pick them? I mean, I'm generally going to be right most of the time, or at least in the top results. Kalaris, let's go down the line.
I really wanted to talk about 4 Rivals more, but we got to go to predictions, and I can't even remember
maybe you
what
should
I
predict
predicted.
4 Rivals then, if you want to talk about them more.
But I threw a dart board as is usual, and I went with TJB.
Okay.
And Genesis Dogma. They worked out fine for everyone, and I want to go back to this choice, but I think their strength remains from what I mentioned in Game 1, so yes, let's stick with that.
That's more of a cop-out than me choosing Infinity, let's be honest. Come on, Ben. But then again, you have gotten 2 out of the 4 so far correct. You're at 50% win rate on your predictions. We'll see if it's going to go even higher to that, up to 60%, if I can do math correctly. But it's time to head back to our commentators here for the final match of our second Super Weekend Blend. Imperium, take it away.
Thank you, Jason. How did I kill Aris? He's a brave man going for Tang Jiabao. But Imperium, I know you've been ungagged for this particular game, so do you want to take a crack at our own little prediction game here?
I'm going to go for
DRS.
4 rivals.
Okay, all right.
Seeing as Calaris hasn't got the cojones to put his money where his mouth is, I'm gonna go for it because I'm really glad Jason brought up the fact that in a final situation where you have 3 days and you have 18 games, give or take, you need to be able to close out games. You need to be able to get chicken dinners, and we can give right now 4 rivals a hell of a lot of credit with how they performed without securing a chicken dinner. But when push comes to shove, when your back's against the wall, you need to be able to win games. Champions win games. So I'm glad Jason brought it up, but I'm going to go for 4 rivals. I believe in them.
All right, we shall find out if the famous Imperium blessing or the curse might be coming into play over here for 4 rivals. But yeah, I feel like it is long overdue. 4 rivals not getting chicken dinner. They should be finding one. As we take a look at the circle, it won't be a military island this time around. It's going to be a much more western circle than what we're used to. We saw one earlier today as well. I guess a lot of the teams are going to be very comfortable with this, considering it is directly on the plane path as well. Okay, Nima. He just completely smashed his ankles, and that's the way we want to start off the map here.
And okay, and we're also seeing BTR and Genesis Dogma, a big pattern of the fact that it's a very western playing path, so teams that want to drop on the east, such as Yasnaya with DRS, MS Chambori and around Farm, and Milta for BTR and Genesis Dogma, they are having these early skirmishes.
Early battles make me so very happy. It's a 3v3 right now. Satara and Ryzen might be having a bit of a duel of their own.
Nickel doesn't have a gun.
Oh, that's not ideal. I mean, you can go for the punch, but it's not ideal. Zuxi and Luxy, the 1-2 wombo combo, able to find a couple of knocks and a good reply coming in. Never mind, what? Did he actually land?
Yes!
BTR! High Boy is just an absolute god.
Oh my god. What was that, Professor Tarzan? What was that, Tarzan? But anyway.
Listen, I mean, you know, it's always... Oh, no, Nima hunting down TG13 and very early in the game, we've lost 4. 3 from Genesis Dogma, and hold up, DRS, they're just hunting down the members of MS Chonburi, who seem to be kind of, you know, discombobulated. They seem to be just spread thin. The 2 members are a bit of a distance away from the 2 surviving members, rather, from DRS, so they're going to be fine, but early casualties for 2 very heavy-hitting teams.
By the way, I never actually got your prediction. I apologize. I never kind of allowed you to respond. Who's your prediction for this game? No, come on. No, because, you know, I want you to be right or wrong as well.
Well, I'm not going with Genesis Dogma for sure. You know what? I'm feeling. I'm gonna go to FaZe again. I'm feeling FaZe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, I do have the advantage of, you know, going a little late, so I could look at the zone and be like, yeah, FaZe are pretty comfortable in South Georgie.
Good point.
At the moment, right? And it's not really centralized either. So a lot of the teams are maybe going to be gravitating towards Ruins, maybe towards Gatka. A few of them going to be gathering up towards North Georgie. So they're not going to be feeling any pressure anytime soon. So yeah, FaZe Clan, you know, yesterday they got a couple back-to-back. I helped them out, and maybe I can help them out again here today.
Exactly. And I'm glad you brought up FaZe Clan and BTR, especially. We saw BTR get a couple of early kills on the Genesis Dogma. Like I said, for me, their aim in this Super Weekend was always going to be getting ahead of Nova. Unfortunately for FaZe, they didn't make it easy for themselves in the last game, getting 0 points. So in this final game of the day, they need 16 points. And it's not like they're not capable of it. Look at Tony K, 27% of his team contribution. This team is very, very strong. You need to do it in this final game. For BTR, they started with, I think, 3 kills. They need another 22 to get ahead of Nova in the Super Weekend overall.
So, you know, 7 more kills and a chicken dinner. Yeah, I did the math for you
Exactly.
right there.
It's definitely possible, but, you know, starting with 3, to an extent, 3 kills in the first 3 minutes, like, you couldn't ask for a better opportunity to pull that off.
And including, you know, a hand cannon kill. You don't see those that often. So yeah,
exactly.
They're looking good. They were getting, you know, just pushed by a very dangerous team, and they're able to come out on top, looking fantastic. So BTL. Can't forget FaZe as well. You know, if they do manage to win this, as you know, based on my prediction, maybe they could be able to overtake Nova as well. If I'm Nova, I'm watching all of this and being a little, it's probably getting a little hot underneath the collar. Because for them, they're going to be like, well, boys, the next league stage, we have to go all out. Can you imagine a reality where Nova sit out the next Super Weekend as well? Like, just...
I kind of can.
Okay.
I kind of can. Not because they're not good, just because I really believe that the overall standard of all of these teams, and I really want to include BC as well, despite them not qualifying for 2 Super Weekends in a row, is so high. It's so high. The results can be very volatile. It's incredibly tough to get an element of consistency in your results. I'm not saying Nova have tryhard in every single game they've played so far in this global championship, but you also cannot underestimate and undervalue how good all the other teams are around them. So I could see them not qualifying for the 3rd Super Weekend.
Brave words, and I like the fact you said that. I like the fact that you are being, you know, realistic, speaking your mind. That's why I like having you as my color caster, Imperium.
Thank you.
Thank you. The logic to my usual brand of insanity. Tang Jiabao. All right, let's see what they got. Yeah, Kilaris was seemingly quite optimistic, you know, picking Tang Jiabao. The thing with Tang Jiabao is that you can never ever completely count them out. Sure, you know, they've been trailing behind. They don't look that solid. They get this middle of the pack sort of like, you know, positions and kills. But then you'll have the one game where it's like a top 3 and they have like 10 eliminations.
Exactly. It's just kind of like they'll give us that reason to continue to believe in them to an extent. And yeah, you're dead right. I couldn't have said that better myself about Tang Jiabao. For Down One Gaming, who are positioned a little bit down south of Tang Jiabao, they've had a very consistent Super Weekend. Day 1, they got 31 points. Day 2, 29 points. So far, in Day 3, they've got 33 points. That's put them on a total of 93. I think coming into this Super Weekend, I didn't really have them under my radar in terms of a target result or a target amount of points or a target position. But looking with this final game, if they can get 14 points in this final game, they will overtake Xavier. And coming into this 3rd league week, I think that would put them in a very healthy spot to keep the pressure on the likes of Xavier and, of course, other teams around them.
I want to see the Xavier from the Invitational, which had the pleasure of working on the desk. Man, they were so good, and it's not about I'm favoring anyone. It's just that if they can deliver at that level again, even though, you know, it's looking a little rough right now, there's still a possibility they can wake up. And if they do so, suddenly, like, it looks so much interesting. Like, look at how cool the storyline is in week 2 because FaZe qualified, because BTR are playing as well, right? It just makes things even more exciting, even more incredible for not just the viewers, but for us, for all the fans as well. As you do see a bit of a sudden shift from the zone. And I like how FaZe are a little, you know, they evacuated South Georgia. I thought they'd probably just stick around on the periphery, but no, they went towards Everest. But that's also allowed Cryptics a free entry into the zone from South Georgia Pole, which could make things a little messy up north towards the towards Everest.
they'll want to be aware of the fact that Cryptics drop behind, which I'm sure they are. I like the fact that Beer 11 sent himself towards a radio tower field position, which is a little bit more on that northwestern side of this phase 2, will allow them to play in a bit more of a controlling position. They've actually disengaged pretty much fully against Everett, which to me makes sense. That does allow Team Secret to make their way up towards this direction. Teams committing to Chopsticks, I think, is a bit of a risk in this early stage of the game. It's confidently inside this phase 2, but I look at Chopsticks as a little bit of a, you go there and you only leave if you actually win fights. You know, it's a very volatile position to hold on to. So, you know, committing too early can put you at a massive risk.
Well, BTR now getting pressed by Stalwart. You look at the HP of all the players here in this particular skirmish. Oh, the nades are exchanged,
oh my
but
God.
A brilliantly timed one from BTR. They find Pika, they find Scry, and BTR, they've woken up on the angry side of the bed. They're just completely mowing down everyone, and one of the biggest heavy hitters as well in the server, Stalwart. They're down 2 men already, and despite how fabulous, how incredible each and every one of the players are for this Stalwart side, I really doubt Action and his partner in crime are left alive. That is top are going to be going up against BTR here.
And you can see with how BTR reacted, they were kind of ready for that fight. I would nearly think that was a little bit of a targeted position in the blue from BTR, recognizing and maybe understanding that Stalwart, they would go to Nova. They would rotate from Nova somewhat late because of the playing path. Very, very well played from BTR. When you're talking about looking to continue to get the points needed to overtake Nova in the standings, they're on a big, big path line, and it's very exciting gameplay from BTR in this game. Phase 2 is halfway through closing in. Teams are in a very good position. It was Rico that went on to Everest and not Team Secret inside this Phase 2. FaZe can have a valuable 2-2 split, both on the western underside of Everest and on towards the radio tower. Perfect positioning for FaZe Clan to be. Cryptics, they've held on to the western side of this Phase 2, staying somewhat out of sight, out of mind. And in this day 3, I gotta give Cryptics a lot of props. In day 1, they scored a total of 26 points. In day 2 of this Super Weekend, they scored a total of 8. In this day 3 alone today, they have scored 44 points. Massive turnaround, of course. A chicken dinner helped them as well. So Cryptics, a lot of props for their turnaround.
Harima, quarry finishes looking very likely. That's oh, I can see some interesting fights breaking out if that's the case. And I'm glad you brought up Cryptics as well, right? Because he said they try to remain tucked in, out of sight, out of mind, right towards the western side. That means they have a free entry into the zone. They can just follow the highway, come on in just west of Quarry, or even head on all the way down towards northern side of Primorsk and make their way in. So they are in a very good spot, and 40 points, they could potentially crack the 50-point barrier here, despite a very quiet day 2. It's a bit of a pandemonium here, though. You can see so many players just driving on by, but Infinity, they will alight from the vehicles and they will light up Tangja Bao. Manhan, he's been knocked. Everyone in a blink of an eye from Tangja Bao on their knees, bloodied and brutalized, and H-Sir, the final man standing. But look at the number of teams who have arrived, and if I'm H-Sir, I'm keeping very, very quiet and not making any indication as to where I am. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, going up against the South Koreans in the form of Damwon Gaming, who unfortunately, because of the position, are going to be sitting ducks for Logan.
And this was just based on the fact that Infinity were rotating from the more southern side of Phase 2, so that entry point into the quarry area was a lot, not only quicker, but easier and less clustered. And we saw Tangja Bao push in, then Damwon, then Enigma Galaxy, and it was just free shots for Infinity. Like you saw how they responded, just like that. Opportunistic, calculated, on point from Infinity in this game. And I was left scratching my head, like going, why were so many teams committing so deep into the center of the circle in phase 3. Quarry is a really tricky area to control, and if you're not there early,
yeah,
you know, you're putting yourself in an uphill battle. Plus, in this kind of phase 3, there are pockets of compounds and pockets of hills around Quarry which are controllable, so you don't need to commit to the center of the circle. I don't know if it's kind of last game desperation from a couple of teams, but it was a very weird movement.
Well, action will be moving much more though. Starwood Esports down to just top. And yeah, he's he's pinned down. This is not looking good for Starwood Esports. Down to the one man alongside Tang Jiabao. Aether probably looking at top and saying, first time.
Oh my god. Oh.
I like the position from Infinity because they have Uzi, who's kind of patrolling the hill just south of Quarry. So if MS Chonburi do sneak their way up from the southern side, they have eyes there.
Yes. And this is a big part of why Infinity looks so confident. I believe it was in the league stage game where they won it from the south of Quarry position, where they beat out the likes of Nova. They play these splits really well where they're not too far away. They're reactionary to the circle shift in the next phase, and they know when to move and how to move across this kind of circle. Rico Infinity being put under pressure by Down One Gaming, a team late to the party, and although Down One suffered a knock earlier on, he was able to get revived up in a free kill, and Rico Infinity sending into Quarry.
Yeah, this is a migration of pain. They are just getting absolutely slaughtered. The players rotating in. It's not looking good today. Yeah, Damn One Gaming, despite... Oh, that's not good. They're getting knocked down. As Enigma Galaxy are doing a great job holding on to this this little warehouse, though. Everyone coming. Look at the amount of cars around them. Some of them are theirs, of course, but quite a few of them are from their opposition pushing in. And for Cryptics, even though they were coming in from the southwestern side, unfortunately, it took a little too long. So they're kind of just diving straight into what's been a firefight that's been breaking out for the past 5 minutes or so. So yeah, it was super quiet for Cryptics, and suddenly, you know what they say, when it rains, it pours, and it's pouring lead right now onto Cryptics.
Infinity on 7 kills in this game so far. Just such a good team. Really, such a good team. So consistent, so controlling.
Oh,
it's incredible.
I can almost hear Jason smirking right now.
Yeah, but he picked it just as easy of a pick as Genesis Dogman. Let's be fair, like that was a, you know, come on. It's not like Infinity have come out of nowhere. They're clearly being a strong team from pretty much the start of. Outside of that qualification for the first league, for the first Super Weekend, they've performed so well every single game, every single day.
Yeah, and the fact they're able to consistently carry that through, you know, from Super Weekend to the second league stage, is just incredible. Reject are full. They are not in a very happy place here. Team Secret and 628 teaming up to kind of make life very uncomfortable here for the side of Reject, as FaZe Clan have also arrived to the fray. And that's a great nade. Look at how long that traveled. And 4 rivals, well, finally, they will be challenged, and they need to hold their ground. But the nade sailing in, but look at Pemburu's position. The thing is, like, he's got a great angle, but if he announces where he is, Damn One Gaming are going to be looking into his general direction as well.
MR5 repositions around to try and isolate and get a valuable reposition onto the members of 4 rivals. BTR come in for a bit of a third party from the distance. I thought it was going to be DRS that might have done that, as Fear 11 runs over Pemboru and just, hey, we're here to play, we're here to win. Another elimination for FaZe.
628 though, able to get the knock from the distance. Another shift. FaZe, if they can survive this particular skirmish between 4 rivals and also getting shot at by 628 from the distance, they're in a good spot. There's a bit of cover, right? They had a little bit of reg to work with, and the only team, or rather the only other player to have to worry about is Damn One Gaming's Forest, who is quite a distance away from his teammates. How has he found himself there? It's like he's on the other side of Quarry.
I don't know. I really don't know. Only Down One Gaming can tell us that information. Team Secret holding onto the western edge of the circle. BTR being very proactive. They got a couple of third parties, 4 rivals. Fortunately, my pick have gone down with 2 points. I know. Now I can imagine Jason has a smirk on his face.
Yeah, it's been interesting how cursed your tongue has been thus far.
I know.
The only one which went well was the DRS one, but then I picked that for you.
FaZe? Yes,
right. Fine. You got 1 right. Fair enough. I'll give you that. 2. Team Secret though now having to face the wrath of 6-8 in the distance, and 6-8. Oh, look at the spread. This is very brave, but also, at least looking at the number of knocks they're finding, quite effective.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Team Secret were holding onto the western edge, but in a very isolated position. Now, Quarry can favor you on that, especially on the north side of Quarry, where you have a couple of buildings and you have the likes of the tank around there. But the spread 6-8 is on the elements of the hill, which allows them to control all areas around them, get information, and pretty much as possible not get caught off guard. This is phase 5. So there is that chance it could go against them in a matter of seconds. We'll have to wait and see as Marshall comes in to get the backstab onto Infinity. See that in the kill distance.
Tony K with that mini 14 is just a force of nature, seemingly. I've never seen, and I've seen maybe only a couple of other players who can wield that gun as proficiently as this lad. Has 628, 33Z. He doesn't have much backup. He's got Daoshi nearby. Apart from that, they're on the side of that ridge, which is not a comfortable position. Marshall, he tries to drive away, but the grenade, it just rams his car straight into the sandbag. So he's going to have to alight from the vehicle, and he will patch himself a little bit. He needs to make a move, though. And the circle starts to shrink even further. It's going to get even more brutal. 12 teams still in contention, but only 30 alive.
BTR on 9 eliminations. Sorry, 8 eliminations. FaZe are on 3 eliminations. Again, that target of getting ahead of Nova is definitely getting very accessible for both of these teams. Infinity with 9 eliminations, controlling that southern edge so well.
BTR could make that 9 very quickly. The nade find. I don't think they were able to quite confirm the kill though. But Infinity they're doing a fantastic job considering they've been taking this fight. They have been on the tippy toes, aware of where everyone are. 33Z will finally fall. This is a bit of a prolonged battle between 6-8 and Team Secret. It could go either way as for the last man standing for Team Secret. He's got a lot of work to do. 2 members knocked down. The rest looking very unlikely. Daoshi just teasing, toying with him. DP gonna be deadly. Gonna go for the quick reload on his M4 as well. It's a 2v1 for the time being, but this 1v1, if he can somehow come out on top, it could be big. He finds him, and now it's a 1 versus 1. He's gonna go for the res as well. Oh no! He has to patch himself up first, so not quite able to save his teammate, but they will stay alive to fight at least yet another skirmish. Team Secret down to 2-man squad.
That's why I said it could all go horribly wrong for 6-8 in a matter of seconds. That spread, I saw the power of it, but also saw the risk. For DRS, they could get involved with this third party. FaZe trying to drive away, maybe reposition into a better spot. BTR, Zuxi's knocked down. Yuhai chucks out of smoke, so looks he can get the revive. Yuhai's in the front line. BTR need to stay alive. They need to stay swinging. 9 eliminations and counting.
5 teams with 1 player still standing. It's ludicrous. As we will, however, lose MS John Burry and 6-8. You said it. The position they were holding on, it was quite untenable the later it got into the game. And unfortunately, looking at how they were out on the outside, they get punished for it. And 1 man remaining here. And it is going to be fittingly Team Secret to eliminate 6-8 from the server. Secret, though, still only down to a 1-man squad. Infinity on 11 kills now. BTR on 9.
Yeah!
Okay, BTR on a tear. FaZe down. And BTR looking for more. They want to surpass Nova. 11 points, 3 alive and kicking. The only team to have all 4 members alive are Nigma Galaxy, who haven't budged yet from that warehouse. The couple of warehouses they have control of.
I think they've been here since phase 2, as far as I know. Max phase 3, if I'm not mistaken. It's worked out in their favor. 2 very good warehouses to control in this quarter region. They went straight for them, and they've held on to them since. But I'm so impressed with BTR. That was also a very important squad fight on the phase, because not only does it continue to rack up the eliminations and puts them closer to overtaking Nova, but it pushes that cushion against them and phase a little bit higher up, coming into a potential Super Weekend number 3 for both of those teams. So very impressive final game from BTR so far.
Slight lull before the storm. Team Secret. Oh, the nade right behind him. He's gonna dodge it. Half HP.
Come on, kid.
Oh, another one. He's playing a dangerous game of dodge the nades, but that smoke's gonna allow him some cover.
Oh,
Never
no.
mind. Galzen with the Kobe. And that is going to be it for Team Secret. Valiant attempt to stay alive for as long as he did. As Zuxi, BTR, they took a bit, just catch their breath, but they now have to go up against AJ. Look at this. Look at the furiosity from BTR. Oh, no.
What?
They get punished for it. They will be taken down. AJ single-handedly helped a little bit by Hamodi from Nigma Galaxy. And you blink and you miss it. We thought they potentially would be gunning for the chicken dinner, but over-aggression from BTR, and they get punished.
I kind of want to say over-aggression, but I also want to say well done, because I think they knew they were in a bit of a pinch. They needed to go for a little bit of a risk. Maybe pushing onto Enigma might have been a better case, but they knew DRS were down to 2 players, right? Or at that point down to 1 player. So it was a more sensible push. They just maybe didn't notice or didn't take into account that Enigma could third party from down below.
Well, Nigma have finally moved out from the warehouses. They've deployed all the smokes they have as well. But that means, Sung gets spotted. He thought he wouldn't be seen, but AJ, eyes of a hawk, as Tunny with a perfect nade finds Roth, and AJ from above bring down to down 1 gaming. They will also be down to just 1 member here. Enigma Galaxy just battling against multiple teams. Infinity are going to make life miserable for them. DRS are going to be raining down lead from above as well, and they're just caught in the proverbial, the rock in a hard place.
12 eliminations for Infinity. Incredible. They've had 140 points so far in this Super Weekend.
Jesus.
Couldn't ask for a better Super Weekend in my eyes for this team, who have just continued to evolve throughout this PMGC. Another nade from God Tunny to get a knock on the Hamodi.
AJ and Galzen, they do have the high ground. Galzen. Cooking it. This could just completely obliterate Enigma Galaxy. No. It bounces off, but there is a Molotov. The second nade sails in, and he finds one. Lord will be dropped. A follow-up nade was actually, I think that's an incendiary.
It's a Molly.
There we go. And Lord just might burn alive. No, they're good. It's a little off the mark. Fabian, he was trying to use an opportunity to sneak in, but with that, Damwon Gaming will bid us goodbye. A 3v2v4. Nigma have 4 alive, but they are in the most uncomfortable spot amongst the 3.
How many times have Nigma been put down to like 1 or 2 players and they're still up as a full squad? I know it's impossible for the likes of Infinity or DRS to push on them, but that's incredible resilience.
Here comes Infinity making the play. Couple of them so very low. Mela is on a sliver. I can't even see his health points. And Logan's going to try and keep them at bay in the meantime. That incendiary, the Molotov, not quite finding its mark though. Hamodi is going to get a knock. A huge play from Hamodi. It's all on Logan. And he's got to unsheath his claws and take them all on in a 1v2. Make that a 1v1. The circle shrinking in. Logan's got to take the fight. He's got to push it out in the open. And Hamodi comes in clutch for Nigma Galaxy, and they steal the chicken dinner away from Infinity, who are looking unstoppable. But Hamodi, he looks him straight in the eyes, Imperium, and he says no.
Oh my god. That was such a good ending. Infinity, they did, to be fair, really deserve that chicken dinner. So proactive, dangerous, quick throughout this game. The amount of eliminations they got speaks for itself. But Logan, just that millisecond delay pushing across the road, I think that was a reason why he lost that fight, that 1v1. It wasn't going to be easy, but that split second allowed a better response in third person perspective to come out from Nigma Galaxy. Glass player clutched it up, got the win. Hey, look, well done from Nigma Galaxy, because out of all the teams in kind of phase 2, phase 3 that pushed onto Quarry in a deep shift, they're the only real team to survive, right? So that deserves a lot of props. They knew where they wanted to go and they made that work for them as a full squad. Just in the end, it became very challenging multiple times, but they stayed alive. Their resilience was strong, and they got a chicken dinner for it.
It's kind of crazy. Like, I think about 70% of the eliminations in the server went with these 4 teams, right? Nigma Galaxy, I think, with 10 kills. Infinity, 13 kills. So just unfortunately, they were not able to quite close it out. DRS with 10 eliminations. We saw Bigatron. A bit of a heartbreak, they were on streak, and then a little bit of aggression coming out, right, Imperium?
Yeah, to me, to end the Super Weekend, BTR's best game we've seen in PMGC.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and on that note, we're going to be heading to the desk for Jason and the guys to break down what was, I think, the best game we've seen thus far today.
I don't even want to talk about it. Nigma, why do you got to break my hopes and my dreams? Infinity, we're so close. I just wanted one victory today. And you know what? I get none of it. But then again, I'm not the only one here who got no victories today. Me and Kalaris, I think. Correct, Kalaris?
Well, STE, they got the most points in that game, I predicted.
It doesn't count. Come on, mate. Well, you can see here, Nigma Galaxy, 10 eliminations, 25 points. But Infinity as well, 13 eliminations, 12 points. Get themselves 25. But look at number 3, DRS. We talked about them today. They needed to step up, and that is a phenomenal way here, Tarzan, to end the Super Weekend.
Important. Yes, important. Very, very important. And I think having this game, they should transition into the league play slightly better, to say the least. But I'm actually happy for BTR, right? Because, Jason, we started today saying that they've been quite disappointing, to say the least. But this Super Weekend, not too bad. We talk about Nova setting the line there, the bar of 126 points. These 3 teams that just joined the Super Weekend have broken at least 3 digits. So I think it's going to make next week a lot more juicier.
I hope so. I really hope so. And thing is, I kind of wish all 20 teams could be playing in the Super Weekend, but that's not how it works in the end, right? But I think the only team right now that really has 0 chance is BC Swell. There is a chance. Let's just say that. I will say that too, just in case for some weird reason they end up pulling it back and qualifying, but it's a very, very slim chance. And for the rest of the teams out here, I mean, Genesis Dogma having a bad finish, but a very, very good Super Weekend overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though Nigma will be getting a huge amount of points there, pushing them up the rankings, they still will not take over Genesis Dogma up towards the top here. And who can blame it? I mean, the wins that they got with big kill counts that they were able to convert, Daybot as well as Satar looking absolutely fantastic throughout all of this. So yeah, you got to give them big props. Wait,
hook us up.
1,000?
Hook us up.
What? Whoa. How do you 1,400 damage? Infinity. I mean, fair play to you, Jason. You picked them all day. They're always looking good, but that is a massive amount of damage. Is that a record for one player in a game?
That's the first time we've ever seen the radar be broken via damage. Usually it's team contribution percent, but that line is way off of the entire thing. That is probably, I think, the highest damage we've seen. Period.
I think so.
Lars.
Yeah, it looks that way. And, we were looking at the start of this game and thinking to us, I saw Action go down, and I'm like, no, Action, don't die to the inferior players. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, it's Logan. And then he continues to do this in this game. He's greeting everyone to Quarry. They just look absolutely fantastic.
I mean, really quickly, isn't Logan... Is he the guy that subbed in for Newsy originally? I can't remember who the player was that we saw.
It was Nia, I think.
Okay, right. Okay, you're right.
But the fact that they've got 34% team contribution from that amount of kills. I think that is very insane, and I think that should make up for the Jason's disappointment of them not winning that game, because after all, they are in incredible shape. I mean, we talk about Korean being tricky to play. They know where to farm these eliminations. They know how to put this pressure, and the stats really can tell.
Okay, well, we can see a lot of good things, actually. I mean, God Tunny, we've seen him so many times. I mean, whether it's most throwables used, which, I mean, obviously isn't the most in-depth strategy, but I think it kind of shows with how his performance has been that it's a big part of how he plays. We talked about his grenades as well, in particular how accurate he's been, and we're seeing him consistently be here in like top 3.
Yeah, constantly putting pressure on a team like Enigma Galaxy as well towards the end, which could have quite easily folded in on itself for Enigma Galaxy. But I think when you come to the throwables as well, if this counts for smokes too, damn, it's a good job that Enigma Galaxy had a lot of smokes, because they would have been absolutely done if the guys like God, Tony, and Mello were able to see exactly where they were during those moments. So smokes saved Enigma, and smokes saved their game here, going up against one of the best in the lobby.
Here's the thing, though. We did talk about how to potentially use those utilities better. I feel like to smoke maybe that rich that they keep getting naded from might be very useful. But as you can see towards that end game, a lot of those utilities was not there because it was used so early on. So I do feel like making use of the blue and the timing of those utilities might have been a better play. But Enigma Galaxy, much needed way to win this week as well. I mean, win this last game, I should say, because week 1 was not good at all, and this week is a complete different story.
I mean, let's give context to that, Tarzan. 47 points in week 1, 162 in week 2. They almost got an extra 100 points. Actually, they got over 100 points. I should correct myself there. More between week 1 and week 2. And also Infinity broke their record as the highest scoring team from last week. Just as Dogma, the top team at the end of this. But even Bigatron at 119 points. This has been a phenomenal performance here out of these teams.
STE as well. Stalwart Esports. We were so worried about that. I mean, we've been hyping them up non-stop, but let's not forget that was mostly from league play, or maybe Super Weekend. We have that 1v2 towards the end on Miramar, but other than that, we've been a little bit disappointed, but there's no reason for that anymore, I feel like, because this week they have made the redemption work.
Yeah, redemption indeed, and they're flying high. I mean, these teams were mentioned here should be 1000% safe. I mean, we have to call it, right? They're going to be safe to make it into the finals. So now they have the chance to potentially use spoiler, or to be spoiler for some teams, maybe keep them out of top 16 or knock them out of top 16 if they don't want to see them playing in the finals. That's something that we should maybe keep our eyes on.
Definitely, though, some of those teams on the bubble, on the cusp, they are some teams that definitely have potential to eventually start rivaling positions. You're thinking about, now at least, you're thinking about teams like Nova, Fnatic, and BTR, right? Those 3 names alone, for a lot of people out there, might strike fear into some hearts. So why on earth not wouldn't you mess around with them a little bit? But if we're thinking about in terms of, who's going to be able to go on and do well, for me, Infinity and Stalwart Esports, I feel like these 2 teams are they're the championship caliber teams, Jason. I'm going to say it. Those 2 are going to be marching into that finals, for me, so far, as the big favorites here to be able to make waves happen.
Well, here you go. This is our overall rankings from both Super Weekends now. Infinity in first place at 320 points with 3 chicken dinners again. I mean, obviously we're talking a lot about 4 rivals, right? And we have very good reason to. But what about DRS, boys? They're only 40 points behind and are also still have 0 chicken dinners. Look at 628, Nibba Galaxy, Rico Infinity team, all have 3 below them.
I think it's funny as well because DRS, obviously, they had a bit of a rougher start to this tournament, I think is fair to say. And especially with some of their drop spots, and trying to carve out exactly how they were going to play those was the little bit of a rougher start. But they've converted on it. And I've got to say, I am impressed. Despite no chicken dinners yet under their belt here at the Super Weekend.
Yeah. The thing about expectations as well is not just tied to this particular team, it's to a region. Where are the Chinese teams? We got to ask that, right? But 6 to 8 is just right in there. Like 3 chicken is not too bad, but point average are not quite impressive. And like needless to say, team TJB, like not quite there as well. I think they're in a slightly better shape, like to be fair, but it's not quite at the level that we expect them to be.
Well, now, second page here. Bigatron. They technically have been able to score more points than Deke Xavier did in the first week, and FaZe Clan as well. So we do see if we were to stop now, Bigatron would have qualified into the finals. But this puts a lot of worry on Damwon, Xavier, FaZe, BTR, even a lot of teams above them. Deadeye Skies, Nova, Cryptics, TJP. I mean, these teams are all in reach of the teams who are currently outliers at the moment outside of top 16.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing to take away of the fact is I think there's only 4 teams that haven't won a chicken dinner here across Super Weekends. I guess you could say
crazy.
3 teams because
3.
BCS hasn't been there. But I think as well, if you look at that, the lobby is closer than I thought it was ever going to be as a whole because so many teams are able to convert and get themselves wins on the board. But also, honestly, as you mentioned, for some of these big names that are on the cusp right now, genuinely for those top teams, put the boot in. Try and cause them problems because they do have the potential to go far in the grand finals. So why not give them a harder time?
I mean, it comes down to league play then, right? It comes down to, are we going to see teams drop? I think 628, as Maxman pointed out, say they want to stop Reject from qualifying. Hey, drop them on league play, knock them out. Don't let them get into Super Weekend 3. There's a chance that could exactly happen. But one thing we have to touch on here is what you're seeing on your screens. Daybot, 49 eliminations across all Super Weekends. Satar at 46 and Godtony at 42. Massive play. I mean, just between these two players, that's 95 points. Just between those two alone, that's almost more points than Bigatron has total.
Yes. Just from eliminations.
Just from
two players. That is actually insane. And I think the thing with Gen Stockman is they are playing a style that's very hard to predict. In a way, they're quite fluid, like I mentioned at the start of the broadcast. So that is something that I see it as their strength. You can say it's not very characteristic, but I mean, the stats don't lie. But of course, we do love Starwood Esports. And like I mentioned, we love the fact that they're doing better this week.
Yeah, 100%. We're seeing here our week 2 leaders. I wouldn't put too much context into this, though, because Action has 53 elims, but that... Oh, I guess that's over the course of league play as well. That actually would make sense, right? Okay, so that actually seems right. 53 elims, though. So he has more than we just saw. But then again, with Daybot, that was just from Super Weekends. But Action and Top, we talked about them so many times. But Godtony being there yet again. I mean, we're seeing a lot of standout players and a lot of standout players that we never saw in PMGC last year or, again, playing at this kind of level of competition.
I love that Top has been able to kind of seize that top damage dealt because, I mean, again, between him, Action, Pika as well, Stalwart Esports for me is, I think they're the team that's probably impressed me the most, not like in terms of individual components coming together and all looking absolutely fantastic here so far on this kind of stage. So yeah, big kudos to them, even though, like, again, technically they're a little bit behind or quite severely behind someone like Infinity in terms of points. But I do love watching me some Stalwart.
Yeah, and I hope you guys have enjoyed watching as well. Maybe it's ignited the competitive nature inside of you. And if it has, luckily for you, we have a community tournament happening for PMGC with Game TV. It's open for all of you out there to register and play. And if you guys do, you get some tokens and potentially some Google Play cards. So if you're feeling that competitive itch, make sure you try to participate in this one and potentially let us know. Maybe we'll see you next PMGC. Who knows? Maybe we'll commentate and you're going to be like, you know what? You know, Jason, I was watching the show and you were right. I wanted to try playing competitively and I made my start here. And now look where I am. And then, yeah, be very proud of you and very excited to see if that can happen. But gentlemen, as we take a look now at a quick little recap of today, no double victories, but we did have Genesis Dogma, still our highest point scoring game so far in PMGC right off the bat. I think they had 18 eliminations. And then later on, we ended up seeing Nigma at the very end close things out and take a victory for themselves.
I'm really happy to see Nigma round things out here with a victory as well, because I think a lot of people probably counted them out from week 1 and seeing how they perform. Because again, bear in mind, they were in 16th place in week 1 Super Week, and now we've got ourselves them in a position where they got up to 3rd place, just shy of Infinity by 3 points. I think they've probably redeemed themselves in a lot of people's eyes. Some of their wins were big elimination wins as well. So great stuff here by Nigma.
Yeah, and sometimes you do want to slide into DMs for the right reason. You don't want to ask them, like, what changed since last week? What was the secret ingredient that allowed that to happen? Because that are the things that we want to learn from. It's not just by, you know, us, but from other teams as well. So I think slowly we are going to grow a lot more as a scene to explore these options and strengths outside of just fragging power.
Okay, well, before we do end off the show here, I want to get a quick little recap from you guys again about maybe your highlights, maybe things that stood out to you, maybe things you're worrying about going into week 3. I'll leave it open to you to say whatever you want.
I'm very content to see BTR have a decent showing here in the Super Weekend. My concerns were heavy coming into the start of this tournament. I didn't know where BTR was going to be, but very happy to see about 120 points coming in from them here as this Super Weekend. I believe that if they continue this kind of form up, they can get into the next Super Weekend. They can get into that final, but whether or not they can win that final just yet remains to be seen.
That would be the ultimate turnaround for them to come back and win PMGC this year. What about you, Tarzan?
I want to talk about Nova Esports. I feel like people think it's very obvious that we need to focus on them, but for a team that has such a strong history, when given 3 days of time to prepare after a very disappointing 2 days, I want to see something extremely juicy. I'm talking about maybe targeting teams down, making huge changes that can shock the whole lobby and change things up. I think they are the team that can have the power to do that when they're given the time of preparation.
Yeah, I think for me, if I kind of look ahead, as I mentioned before, I'm looking to see which teams are going to start dropping in league play. If you're Infinity, if you're Genesis Dog, if you're Genesis Dogman, you start hot dropping Bigatron, that is going to be juicy, and I want to see all the drama that's going on with that one. But that's the luxury you have. If you're at the top of the table right now in your Super Weekends, again, no points carry with you over into the finals. There's no prize pool for the Super Weekends. Why not? Why not mix things up? Why not try to drop out onto some teams? Maybe you drop onto Nova. There could also be the focus onto that. They didn't get the second Super Weekend. You keep them out another Super Weekend, realistically, they're going to get knocked out of top 16, and we're going to lose our reigning champion from last year. There's a lot of potentials, and it really makes things spicy for me.
I genuinely think do it. I mean, if you can find yourself some of these earlier fights, especially I know Max is going to pop for this one, especially if you find yourself a DBS and just go ham because it's the best gun. No, I go on a tangent there, but yeah, there's go for those hot drops. Put the boot in.
We cannot avoid the sounds of heartbreak on next Tuesday and Wednesday, and I think the interesting thing is that players need to know that they're in the driver's seat to see whether that will happen to themselves, Jason.
Yeah, and we're going to find out if that heartbreak will be heard around the world or what's going to happen exactly. But remember, we have tomorrow off, ladies and gentlemen. The teams, the players, the talent, the production, everyone gets that day off. But we'll be back on Tuesday to continue our league play. It is the final week of league play. It's the last chance for all 20 teams to get back into the Super Weekend to try to break through or maintain a spot in the top 16. We'll see you on Tuesday for some more PUBG Mobile action.